All right, the patch is finally here. It's almost 2 a.m. here in Germany, but we'll get in here. Gameplay update 7.33. So, click here for the site for this update note. Okay, here, let's click here. New Frontiers update is here. All right. Sometimes Dota gameplay patches are small. Sometimes they can get pretty big. This one is huge. I've got all the things you were probably expecting. Balance changes, new items, hero reworks, UI improvements, and so on. New hero attribute type? Map is now 40% bigger? What? Is this 7.33 or is it 8.00? What? The map is now 40% bigger? What the fuck? All these new gameplay features won't matter if the match you get isn't a good one, so we're also shipping some much needed matchmaking improvements. Okay, interesting. New Frontiers update page for all details. Oh. Okay. Wait, didn't I already go there? Okay. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what's new. What? What is this? See, you have to click on this now? What? Are you kidding me? What? It's just like some generic information. Okay. Let's do this. Where's the... This is where the patch is actually, I think. Okay. This is where you find the actual changes. Great job, Valve. Okay, map reworked. Expanded all 4 edges of the map. Added new paths and objectives. Added twin gates. So I guess people figured that out already. 2 portals in the corners of the map. Any player can use a twin gate to teleport to the other one after channeling for 3 seconds. I think most people already figured that out from the hints from Riddleness in the Dark. Where that we have some sort of new teleport thingy. Okay. Removed the Roshan pit from the river. Added 2 Roshan pits in the corner of the map. In the corners of the map. Okay. Some people are already saying, talking about like a second Roshan. So that seems to be true. As the day turns to night and vice versa, Roshan uses the twin gates to teleport to the other pit. Ooh. Okay. He stays on the radiant side during the day and the dire during the night. While going to the new location, Roshan has 200 bonus movement speed, phased movement, and a 200 magic damage debuff immunity, piercing knockback. Okay. So it's still only 1 Roshan, but there's 2 pits. Okay. That kind of eliminates any sort of dire or radiant advantage. Or maybe it does, like maybe it's, I guess Roshan is easy to take during night. So we'll see how this plays out. Okay, no longer drops Aghanim Shard on the 2nd death. No drops Cheese on the 2nd death. On the 3rd death onwards, Roshan drops Aghanim Scepter when killed on the Radiant side and the Refresher Shard when killed on the Dire side. Oh, okay, interesting. Aghanim Scepter is probably stronger, right, than a Refresher Shard. Because Refresher Shard is single use and it's like a real Refresher is only a little bit more expensive than Aghanim Scepter. So especially like Aghanim Scepter, the Aghanim Scepter buff, which doesn't cost a slot. So seems to be much better for Radiant. Roshan's HP increase per minute increased, so it's a bit harder to do Roshan late game, and his base armor is also increased by a lot. Okay, it's gonna be harder to Rosh. But potentially greater reward. There's not going to be Aghanim Shard anymore, but you get Cheese on the 2nd death, which is... is that Cheese more valuable than Aghanim Shard? Probably. And then you get the Aghanim Scepter or the Refresher Shard on the 3rd death onwards, but nothing extra on the 4th death. So, okay. But it's not going to be like an extra objective. It's just going to be shift around. So it's not 2 Roshan's or anything like that. Okay, so added 2 Tormentor mini bosses behind the offline areas. Mini bosses, okay. So Tormentor has 1 1 health, 20 armor, 55 magic resistance, and a 2500 damage barrier, which generates at 100 HP per second. Okay, why have 1 health in this damage barrier thing? They don't attack or move, but they reflect 70% of damage received evenly among all heroes within 1200 radius. All reflected damage is dealt as magical, 200% damage to illusions. Does it do damage to like creeps and such? If it's only heroes? I assume that it includes creep heroes, but like what if you play like Chen or something, or Lycan or whatnot? You just kill the summons. Seems strange. Destroying a... I don't think you should be able to Midas that one. I mean, if it's like a mini boss, it's gonna be like stronger than Ancients, supposedly. So shouldn't be able to Midas it. Destroying it grants an Aghanim Shard buff to one of the 2 lowest net worth allied heroes that still do not have the shard when it dies. Okay. Okay, so it's like magically teleports that into their inventory. Okay, so it's like a little bit of socialism going on here. Okay. If all heroes have an Aghanim Shard, then destroying a Tormentor gives 280 gold and 280 experience to each hero. Ooh, okay, that's quite a bit actually. 2 times 280 is 1400, so it's exactly the same amount of gold. Plus you get the experience. Okay. Tormentors respawn in 10 minutes after their defeat, each time increasing their barrier region by 100 HP per second and damage reflection by 20%. Okay, I guess we have to see how this plays out on the actual map. Let me actually update the game. We can see how things happening in game. Oh, doesn't download an update? Are you kidding me? Or is the patch not actually live, just patch nodes? What? Yeah, game plan is out of date. Wow, thank you. Can you actually update the game? There we go, it updated the game. Okay, let's update it in the background and then continue reading here. Okay, some more map changes. I'm not gonna read all of that. Power runes no longer repeat until all different runes have spawned. Ooh, interesting. So this is gonna reduce randomness. The first rune of the next cycle is always different from the last rune of the previous cycle. Okay, so a lot less randomness, power runes. Yeah, that's just something, this bug where this is not updating automatically. Yeah, it happens. Okay, new rune, Shield Rune, grants a barrier equal to 50% of the user's max HP, lasts 75 seconds. Ooh, that seems pretty strong. My question is, does the barrier get like armor and magic resistance? Because a lot of other barrier stuff don't get that. Like you get the barrier from pipe doesn't have magic resistance, and like for example the mana shield from Dusa doesn't have that either. So if you're playing Dusa, having magic resistance and armor is much less valuable than other heroes, because that 70% that gets transformed into mana damage is not affected by any of those reductions. So I think that's not going to be reduced here either. So this is a lot less powerful than it seems. Yeah, it has dropped. I'm currently downloading it. Seems to be a pretty big patch. Okay, and we have Wisdom Rune, which appears in 2 new spots to the edges of the map on the offlane near the tier 2 towers. Okay, so different rune spots now, and this other rune spot is only for wisdom runes apparently. Spawn at 7 minutes and every 7 minutes after, and they grant 280 experience for each 7 minutes elapsed to the hero that grabs it. Okay, that's like an XP rune. Okay, kind of similar to like bounty runes, but it's only for the one hero that grabs them, and it's every 7 minutes. Okay, so they're adding more objectives onto the map. That makes sense. But outposts no longer grant experience. Okay, but there's 2 more outposts on the edges of the map on the safe lanes near T1 Tower and Twin Gates. Okay. But they no longer provide vision or true sight runs, so they're only like teleport thingies. Okay, that's gonna make them a lot less valuable. Added 8 watchers on the map. Inactive watchers can be right-clicked by any hero and channeled for 1.5 seconds in order to turn them on. When on, watchers grant 800. Okay. So it's like a neutral ward. Hero from the opposing team can channel an active watcher for 1.5 seconds to destroy it. Watchers respawn 2 minutes after being destroyed. Okay, okay. And then fixed locations. So yeah, that's going to be like another important objective. That's cool, I guess. Reminds me a bit of like the Cell Naga watchtowers in StarCraft 2. Which a lot of players didn't like, and most of the newer maps don't have them anymore. But yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Of course, the opponents will know where it is, so it's going to be quite different from regular wards, which one of the big features is the opponent doesn't know that you have vision. Okay, so we have 2 Lotus pools on the edges of the map near the river. Every 3 minutes, each Lotus pool spawns 1 healing Lotus, up to a total of 6. Can be channeled to grant 1 healing Lotus per second. The stack is consumable that replenishes 250 HP and 125 mana on use. There's a 5-second cooldown. Okay. So there's like a lot of resources you can get out of the map now. And there's like a lot more incentive for map control, I suppose. You can also combine 3 healing Lotus into greater healing Lotus, which provides 400 health and mana. So it's so 3 times this is 375. So it's a little bit more health and mana. And it's also, you get them like more, you can use them more quickly because you don't have that 5-second cooldown to stop you. 2 great healing Lotus are combined into a greater healing Lotus, which restores 900 health and mana. So as you're stacking this up, they become more efficient. And like this is like really big. This is like almost a cheese. It's really interesting. So 12 new neutral camps. Okay, so I love that as a Chen player. Because the map is going to be much bigger, so they need more stuff to fill it up. Most of them are bounded to 4 new named areas: the well, the graveyard, the statue, and the mines. What the fuck? So many new things here. Any unit receives a special buff while staying there. Okay. The well has 2 hard and 1 medium neutral camps. It's located below the Radiant safe lane under Tier 2 tower. Units there are granted Well Wishes buff, so 1.5 mana region. Does units include heroes? It says any unit, so I guess it includes heroes as well as like creeps and so on. Summons and whatnot. So the mines, you have 2 hard and 1 medium camp, gives +4 health region. The statue is an ancient camp. There you get +2 armor. And then the graveyard, you get +5 attack damage. Okay. Universal heroes. Added a new type of attribute heroes. Universal. They don't have a primary attribute? What is these changes? It's like Dota 8.0. Dota 3. So they get 0.6 damage per point of each attribute. Whoa. Whoa. That seems much stronger. Like, that's 60% of the stuff that regular heroes get. Like, per attribute. So, if we just, like, if you think about, like, okay, Bane is not included here. No, actually, he's included. So, Bane is going to get, like, Bane has equal gain for all 3 attributes. He's going to have a lot more attack damage now. Whoa. Captain's Draft now selects 7 random heroes from each attribute. Okay. Single draft offers 4 heroes, 1 per attribute. Okay, so what are the universal heroes? Yeah, stuff like Skadi and such is going to be so strong on these heroes. Whew. So Abaddon, Bane, like, they seem so much stronger than all the other attributes. Like 0.6 for each attribute. Like, are there any heroes that get... I mean, I guess that's like a handful of heroes that get like... where the main attribute gain is like 1.5 times as high or higher than all the other attributes. But there's not many of them. So this seems like by far the strongest type. Maybe these heroes are getting some other nerfs to compensate for that. Okay, so Abaddon, Bane, Batrider, Beastmaster, Brewmaster, Brood, Chen, Clockwork, Darkseer, Dark Willow, Dazzle, Enigma, Io, Lone Druid. Ooh. Lycan, Marcy. Are we gonna see maybe a return to like Lone Druid building items on the hero? Maybe? You're gonna get so much damage. On the other hand, though, Lone Druid has like really poor int game, which then is gonna be a problem because it's now also damage. On the other hand, if you just play like a normal Lone Druid where you're building items from your bear, things like just like branches and these random small stat items are going to be so strong on him. Okay. Lycan, Marcy, Magnus, Mirana, Nyx. Okay, it's like a long list of heroes. Visage also included. Like all my heroes are here basically. Like all my heroes are going to be universal. Like, look at this, like Beastmaster, Chen, Lone Druid, Lycan, Visage is here. Like pretty much all my main heroes are here. This seems like incredibly strong. Like okay, like most of these heroes are not really right clickers. So for most of these heroes, it's not going to be like a huge buff, but still it's going to be a buff. Like here, like Windranger. Windranger is a pretty good right clicker. And now she's no longer going to be limited by the fact that she's an int hero. Because, like, in general, just being like an agi hero is like so much better on right click than all the other attributes. Because agi is like the one attribute that has like increasing returns, where like agi gives you damage and attack speed, which like stacks with itself and has like sort of this auto synergy, whereas the other attributes like getting lots of extra strength, like HP is always nice, but it's we going from like 3k HP to 4k or 5k, it's not that big of a difference. And like int, at some point you just have enough mana on most heroes, and then extra mana and mana region is just not that relevant. So yeah, also armor, yes, but like armor is not really the stacking stuff. But yeah, armor is always nice to have. But so like agi heroes were previously the best for right clicking, but now I guess the best for right clicking is going to be universal. Because it just gets so much. So if those heroes don't get like some pretty big nerfs, they're all going to be improved. Okay, so disables reduction. Duration of the majority of disables is reduced. Ooh, okay, interesting. I actually like that. Because it just feels like stuns, especially, well, so strong in Dota. So having that just across the board being a bit weaker is nice. But one worry here is that this might make like high mobility heroes too strong. You know, heroes like Storm and Anti-Mage and pretty much Pain and so on. These heroes that zip around, all these spirits. will get stronger if Disable gets nerfed, but maybe those specific heroes will also get nerfs. We'll see. Debuff Immunity. Spell Immunity reworked into Debuff Immunity. Okay. It's different in 3 major ways. The spell application, debuff protection, and damage reduction. Okay. Spell amplification. All spells can now be used on units with debuff immunity, even ones that don't pierce debuff immunity. Okay. Corresponding visual effects will appear and the spell will apply all of its debuffs on target. What? So what does debuff immunity do? I'm not quite getting this. Maybe someone in chat can help me out. Debuff protection. Negative effects that don't pierce debuff immunity will not have an effect on the target. Okay, so we will not have an effect on the target for the duration of the immunity. However, the debuff immunity expires with the debuff that doesn't pierce it, then it will take effect for the remaining duration. Okay. Negative effects that pierce debuff immunity will take effect immediately. Okay, so let's say someone uses like BKB and he's got like 3 seconds left. You apply like a 5-second stun on them. They won't be stunned for 3 seconds and then for 2 seconds they will be stunned. Okay, I get it. Okay. Debuff immunity increases magic resistance and negates pure and reflected damage completely. Okay, but it only increases magic resistance. Okay, but so you still take magic damage, but you don't take pure damage. Okay, I mean reflected damage is like stuff like blade mail didn't go through BKB before either. Okay, these effects protect only against spells that don't pierce the debuff immunity. Okay, physical damage is not reduced in any case. Okay. These mostly affect the blacking bundle, so let's summarize with a couple of examples. Okay, here we get the ELI 5 version here. So okay, so if you use BKB, you get a basic dispel, not strong dispel, and it provides debuff immunity. So 50% magic resistance. Okay, that's like a lot, but it's of course a lot less than 100%. And it's interesting that it's immunity to pure damage. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so I think I get it now. So this could be like a major nerf to BKB, unless BKB gets like some buffs. We'll see later. Okay, so gold bounty for lane creeps is changed. Melee creep gold bounty increase per upgrade decreased from 1 to 0. Okay, so melee creeps now also increase over time. Super melee creep gold bounty increase per upgrade. Okay, but super melee creeps get a gold bounty increase over time, but regular ones don't? In the old Dota? I didn't actually know that. Okay, so I guess that makes more sense because it shouldn't be like a downside to get super creeps. Range creep gold bounty increase per upgrade decreased. Okay, so it doesn't scale as strong anymore. The same is copied over for the super range creeps. Okay. Gold assist formula is reworked. New formula. Okay, so you get a 10 base and then 50. So it seems like you get more. Okay, it's like victim net worth is like 1 in 1,000 less of each 1,000. Oh no, this is before that the 30 was also divided by the number of heroes, and now only the victim net worth stuff. So it's like a lot more gold assist. They don't scale as much. Wait, am I reading the parentheses right? No. Oh, it also divides the 50. Okay, I misread the parentheses. It's late here. Okay, so you get a bit more base, but it's gonna scale not as much. But also if that's only, well, if is number of heroes, does it include the main hero? I guess if it's an assist, it's always gonna be like 2 heroes at least, I think. So wait, Wait, do you even get more at the start? Because let's say like the victim net worth is 0. Then and there's 2 heroes. Then in the old formula you get 30 divided by 2, so that's 15. And in the new one you get 10 plus, or 50 divided by 2. Okay, so if it's 0, then of course you get more, but like what's like a low net worth? Let's say like a net worth is like let's say 1k early game. So you get 38 divided by 2 is 19 plus 30, it's like 59. No, wait, this is also divided by 2, so it's like 19 plus, it's 59, so it's 29.5 with the old formula, and the new formula you get this is 37 divided by 2 is what is it, 17.5 plus 50. Yeah, it is quite a bit more at the start, I guess. All right, whatever. It's probably not going to change a huge amount. All units now gain 15 movement speed during the night. Ooh, all units. A 3k net worth hero, it's almost double. Ooh, okay. Okay, so it is pretty significant. Wait, you said they don't scale as much. So okay, so at the start you get quite a bit more, but then it levels off. Okay, so all units. Okay, everyone got this one wrong. All units now gain 15 movement speed during the night. Effect is doubled for heroes, but can be broken for 5 seconds upon attacking or taking damage from player-controlled sources, similar to Tranquil Boots. What? Why? Why does everyone move faster in the night? That's gonna make like, that means like effectively the time in between you when you see someone and when you get to combat is gonna be even shorter at night. It's also kind of a bit strange. Like, wouldn't you rather expect like most things to move faster during day when you have good vision? It's kind of, that's like a really strange change. I'm not sure why they made that. Base hero HP decreased from 200 to 120, but HP per point of strength increased from 20 to 22. So heroes are going to be squishy at the start, but they're going to scale more. Nightstalker is fucking broken now. Yeah, that's gonna make Nightstalker and other heroes with extra night vision like Luna stronger. Okay, so intelligence now grants 0.1 base magic resistance. So base magic resistance. What exactly is that? So like instead of 25%, you're gonna have like with 50 int, you're gonna have 30% base magic resistance. That's what they're saying. So does base mean that it stacks additively to your magic resistance stuff? Or what does the base here mean? I'm not sure exactly about that, what that means. Damage immunity is now calculated before any damage reductions or barriers. Ooh. Okay, so it's only immunity. Yeah, magic barriers are now calculated after magic resistance reductions. Okay, so this makes like pipe and such stronger. Okay, so all this barrier stuff is going to be much stronger. Okay. So it's gonna make this barrier rune with a 50% very strong indeed. So what is let's say you have like 50 int, but it's like an int hero, like early mid game-ish stuff. Like mid game 50 int is like very realistic. Late game maybe you might get to 100. So that's like 5% or 10% base magic resistance. That's not huge. But it will definitely be a big point in favor of int heroes. And this, of course, is going to help strength heroes. So when does this break even? You need so 2 extra, and you need 40 strength to break even here. That's not that much. So so like for the first like 8 levels and whatnot, people are gonna be squishier, but after that they're gonna have more HP and also more magic resistance. So it's gonna be harder to nuke people, except for the very early game. Hardest been up to display current barrier values above the health bar when 1 or more barriers are active. Okay, that's I guess they're doing a lot more stuff of barrier stuff, so that makes sense. Okay, that's Pipe of Insight. Avis, probably a new item. Aphotic Shield, Flame Guard, D-Matrix, and Resonant Pulse. Wait, what about the new rune? Or is it not a magic? I think it's like a barrier for everything, not just magic. Not sure about that. Added special health bars to display heroes. Hero attacks need to destroy the following entities. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That will make things a lot clearer, hopefully. HUD now shows attack speed and magic resistance stats in the portrait area at all times. Okay, that makes sense. That's good. Multiple negative effects of the same type from different abilities will now share separate debuffs in every instance. Okay, that's good. Health cost is now shown in HUD, similar to mana cost. Okay, nice for heroes like Husker. Mana cost reduction effects now only apply to mana cost. Previously, effects that replaced mana cost. The health cost will still benefit from mana cost reduction. Oh, didn't know that actually. Okay. Okay, so the rune also shows as a shield according to Benami. Okay, good to know. Target dummy no longer has intelligence. Okay, I guess. Not sure why that needs to be there. Whatever. I guess when testing out some stuff with like OD and such, maybe. I don't know exactly, or maybe like the silencer and whatnot. But like OD is about total mana, no, not intelligence. So I don't know exactly why that's a good change, but whatever. Okay, all neutral creeps now have 4 levels of certain abilities. Abilities are upgraded to level 2 at minute 15 and level 3 at minute 30. Chance Ag and Mashad increase the level of the following abilities by 1, allowing them to reach level 4. Woo, okay. Interesting. It's a troll because of the teasers. They made us think it was a hero. What's a hero? What? I know. And by the way, Makuma, it's not 2 Roshan. It's just 2 Rosh pits, and Roshan moves between them, depending on day-night cycle. Okay, so Cobalt, the aura goes from 20 to 40. Okay. I mean, it's not going to be very important, but apparently you can now dig up Cobalt, so I guess that's nice. Cobalt Foreman, speed aura move speed increased from 12% to 2. Oh, it's going to be so strong, like 18%. That's insane. That's freaking insane. 18%. 24% with Chen if you get a shard. Whoa. Like 24%. That's such an insane buff. Okay, Cobalt Soldier, no one cares. Rule Assassin and Venom weapon damage increased. Okay, so it started does no damage like regular, but now it does 20, 40, 80. Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of like that. I mean, at 15 minutes, 20 DPS is not going to be that impactful. And at any rate, you don't want to have a Vool normally. But like if you're in a game against, let's say like a Husker or an Alchemist or something, you might get a Vool and then it's like a little bit of extra bonus. Let me get a teaser. Actually, let's look at how it looks in game. Gonna be like a trailer or something probably. The new intro? Yeah, I think it's new intro. Let's watch it. Oh, that's new. That's new portals, I guess. And they're both going to explode at the same time. Okay. A big time fuck with Ogre. Okay, I guess we'll see when we get to that. I mean, it's like cool visuals and stuff, but I don't... Okay, I guess the idea is like this... Because they both ancients exploded at the same time, you get this new structures, whatnot. Okay. Whatever. Okay, map just expanded. All these new features. There's 2 Roshan pits here. We've got twin gates near Roshan pit. The Lotus pools. The controlling this area is still going to be nice. Outposts, and now it's got 4 outposts here. Okay, so controlling the outpost is going to be... Oh wait, here's the shield runes? Okay, here's the shield runes, and where are the other runes? Is it only shield runes? What? Wait. Oh, I guess that's the only new one, right? The other one's just the same. Okay, this is just the regular rune spot. Okay, and then the one that's added was the wisdom runes. That's the extra spot here, one here and one here. Okay, that's extra, extra experience. Okay. Okay, so Lotus pool is going to be important to control. It's also, of course, the twin gates in this area. So if you control this area, it's also going to be easy to control the other one as well. But because of the gates, you can control both these areas at the same time. Or at least you can attempt to. And that's going to be a big advantage, because then you get access to the Lotus pool and to Roshan. It's also going to be this area. It's also going to be important, because you want to get the wisdom runes. Every 7 minutes, you want to get the tormentors. It's kind of cool. I do have to go to the loo, though, like really badly. So we'll watch the trailer again, and I'll be right back. Okay. We're back. We're back. All right, so we got a overview over the map. We've got 4 categories now. Now we've got exactly the same number of heroes in each category. Okay, that's kind of interesting. It does look a bit awkward to have like this, all these 5 rows and then there's 1 each down here. Looks a bit weird, but okay. Okay, let's get back to the list here, as it's already 2:30. I do want to get to sleep at some point here. All right, so that's actually like really cool that they just give this extra feature just to Chen. That's kind of cool. Okay, so Hiltwell Berserker break cooldown decreased. Okay, I guess. So you have, I think, 3 seconds break every 6 seconds. That might actually be nice. As an offlane player, are we fucked? I don't know. Why would we be? Hill Troll Priest gets more heal and more cast range. Okay. Doesn't change the aura though, so that's not that important. Spell Spirit. Alright, to Kaz. Ghost, slow increased. Okay, just a bit more slow, whatever. Harpy Scout. Takeoff movement speed penalty decreased. Okay, so at max level with Chen, it's only gonna be 10% slower. That kind of neat. It's not gonna change too much. Harpy Stormcrafter. I mean, the nuke gets stronger, but past the early game, the nuke is not that relevant anymore. It's mostly about like breaking Lincolns and like being able to like have the full night vision. But I guess it's like a slight bonus. Ogre Bruiser. Oh, in general, the stun duration is decreased. Duration decrease is part of the comprehensive disables reduction. Okay. Radius increased. And okay, damage goes up as well. Okay. I mean, most of this is like pretty simple number changes. Critical strike, crit damage increased. Like, that's so irrelevant. Okay, I mean, this is not, doesn't change very much. What does the Centaur do? Okay, this is also irrelevant. You don't care about the damage from War Stomp on the Centaur Conqueror. Centaur Courser. Okay, 23% or like 19% for the base level 3 version is not that bad. Dark Soul Summoner. Skelly health increased a little bit and the damage increased. Now only casts raised dead when below 50% health. Oh, thank you. That's gonna make interacting with this camp so much easier. And you can like actually now pull this camp much easier. That's kind of cool. Extra range for ensnare. Okay, whatever. I mean, it's gonna make it a little bit stronger later on, because the 550 is pretty hard to make use of. Yeah, this is not gonna change things too much. You mostly care about the skeletons for the aura they provide, but a bit of extra HP and damage is nice. Okay, Hellbear, Death Throw, Rush Attack Speed. Wait, this is the passive aura, right? Got like a passive aura and also like the stronger version when he dies. Just Death Throw here. But that one is like 100 attack speed or something, not 15. I think that's like a typo. I think they mean the regular aura. Hellbear Smasher, okay, a little bit more damage. But it's actually quite a bit of damage. 350? That's not too bad. Okay, Untitled Aura, Health Region, rescaled. Okay, so it's gonna be weaker level 1 actually. It's gonna make this creep even less valuable on heroes like Chen or heroes that buy like Helm Dom. That the Mind Stealer base mana burn increased. But intelligence mana amplifier increased. Okay, that's sort of what you would expect. Setup Banisher. Oh, it costs less mana. That's nice. Also more range. That's pretty neat. Wildwing Rippers got cast range increased on Hurricane. That's quite nice, because the low cast range was a big problem that made it very hard to use actually. We've got the Wildwing Tornado movement speed. Okay, the tornado movement speed of Tornado. Okay, increased from 125. Okay, it moves a bit faster and has less cooldown. Okay, like no one cares about this past the early couple of minutes. It's not like you're gonna get a bunch of Wild Wings at like 30 minutes and tornado people. You might possibly maybe do that for farming or something, but nah, that's like a very marginal. Warpine Raider gets more bounces. Okay. Okay, so Ancient Black Dragon gets a nerf actually. But probably pretty well deserved. The Ancient Black Drake, Magic Amp Aura increased. Okay. Nothing spectacular there. The Ancient Ice Shaman has the more cast range and less mana with higher levels. Very relevant. Like this is pretty much the worst ancient creep. No one's going to care about this. And time warp cooldown reduction. Okay, also doesn't matter too much. Okay, so this is what you expect. Okay, weakening aura armor. No one cares. Ancient Thunderhide, bit more slam duration, pretty marginal, TBH. Ancient Rumblehide, more accuracy. Okay, it's not that much more, but it's nice to have. Yeah, overall, of course, I really like this. Makes creep stronger and keeps them more relevant throughout the game. I love this. Okay, new updates, new item updates. Blood Grenade, basic consumable item, costs 65, so same as a mango. It gives plus 50 health. And the activist throw grenade. Throws a grenade at the target area. Enemies in the area will take 50 damage and impact, be slowed by 15% and take 15 damage per second for 5 seconds. Okay, okay. Oh, it costs health to use. Active effects don't stack. Max stock of 3 and 120 seconds restock time. Okay. So you can't just spam these grenades. You can only buy a couple of them on your team. How strong is this? So it's like 65. So like the basic stats, 50 health for 65 gold is not that impressive. Like a branch already provides you 22. It's like a bit more than twice what a branch provides, but a branch provides a bunch of other stuff as well. And costs less. But yeah, it's like 15 damage per second, so that's 75. So it's 125 damage in total. That's not too bad, and it's AoE. And it's slow, so kind of neat. I guess later on supports might have this. In the early game, you might also have it in the core. I guess I think we're going to see a decent amount of this. And it's good that they set a max on this. You don't want to see people just throwing blood grenades all day long. Diadem. It's an attributes item. Costs 1k and gives plus 6 to all attributes. Okay, so another one in this progression from branch to circlet to what's it called? To crown, then diadem, and then the ultimate orb. Okay. Then we've got Cornucopia. Basic secret shop item. Costs 1200 and gives 5 health, 2 mana, and 7 damage. So kind of like a throwback to the old Perseverance, which also had damage on it. okay, so like how... I think that compares really favorably to Ring of Health and Voidstone. But I guess these are also gonna get cheaper, as I see here. Seems like a pretty good basic item. Of course, needs to be included in some recipes for it to be really worth it. Then we've got the Pavis, which is a Voidstone, Ring of Protection, a Fluffy Hat, and a pretty cheap recipe. So 1400 gold in total. Pretty cheap item. Gives you 3 armor from the Ring of Protection, 2.5 mana regions, a bit more than Voidstone, and 175 health. So more than doubling up the Fluffy Hat. That seems pretty solid stats. And the active is Protect. You can cast it on an ally. It grants them a barrier that absorbs 300 physical damage. Ooh, that seems really strong. Okay, it costs 75 mana, but still, that's really strong. Seems really good. Really strong defensive item. And, you know, it also gives like a bunch of stats that a lot of heroes are looking for. Armor, mana region, and health. Of course, a very defensive item. Doesn't offer any aggressive potential. But I think this is like a nice item to get on a lot of supports. Gives you some extra tankiness and mana region. And then it's like 300 physical damage absorbed. That's pretty decent. My question is, does this benefit from armor, or does it not? Because we heard about the magic damage barriers now benefiting from magic damage reduction. So I'm not sure about that. If it's not affected by armor, it's a lot less impressive. If it is affected by armor, then it's really strong. Whereas like if you cast it yourself, it's like effectively almost 500 HP on a 1400 gold item. That's very low. That's very low cost for that. Okay, Disperser requires Defu Blade, Demon Edge, and a recipe. Okay, that's kind of cool. See Defu Blade actually built into something. It's gonna see the item being built a lot more. So it gives 20 agi, 10 int, 45 damage. So not a lot of extra stats over and above the Defu Blade and Demon Edge components. Has, okay, mana break. Each hit burns 40 mana and deals 1.0 damage per mana burn. So I think Defu does a little bit less per mana burn. So it's a bit stronger version of the Defu mana burn and has a new active. Suppress. If targeting an enemy, slows it for 4 seconds. If targeting an ally, applies a basic dispel and increases the movement speed by 100%. Making them unslowable for 4 seconds. Whoa. It's basically like a haste, but the effect fades over time. So at the start you're gonna be twice as fast and unslowable, so it's basically hasted. But for like the last second, it's only gonna be 25% boost, which is still nice. So this is quite different from the active, at least of the old Defu. Maybe the new Defu is different. Seems quite strong, and like I think the main value proposition is just being able to buy a Defu early-ish in the game and then being able to upgrade it into something. Because the big downside of Defu, previously it's a dead-end item, and that when it costs 2.5k gold, you don't want to have a dead-end item that's like a 2k gold item, because that's too expensive to just sell, but it's cheap enough that your slots are going to run out pretty soon, especially in a meta where we have all these like low cost efficient items like your Wraith Bands, your Falcon Blades, and so on. That made it quite difficult to justify getting Defu Blade, such that even a hero like Naga would usually not buy Defu Blade. But this is going to make it a lot more attractive. I just tested Pavis damage block is after armor damage, so okay, that makes it really strong. Like a really strong defensive item. I think we're going to see this especially a lot on supports. maybe also offlaners. I think like plus 1 or 2 will not want to buy this because it's a bit too expensive for like a purely defensive item. But maybe if you have like some sort of hero that's like really wants a mana regen, you might even consider this like a mid, for example. But I think it's mostly going to be like a support item and a very strong one. And also has like a really good build up for supports. Like Fluffy Head is a great item to have in supports. Okay, so bro, so hype is alone spamming? What do you mean? Okay, Harpoon is with Echo Saber. Okay, so Echo Saber also gets an upgrade. Okay, so mostly the same stats. But the active is now draw forth and targeting an enemy, fire an undisjointable harpoon projectile at them that pulls you and the target closer together. So it's kind of like a CK's Reality Rift. Ranged heroes pull the target up to 35% of the distance between them. Melee heroes also pull the target to their attack range. Okay, that's kind of cool. So it also has some value on ranged heroes. Although, like, ranged heroes don't want to buy Echo Saber, so whatever. The enemy groups are killed after the pull. Okay, so it's also like a kind of like a counter to like Helm Dom and Chen and such, but it's a pretty expensive item, so it's not too much to worry about. Okay, causes melee attacks to attack twice in quick succession. So the same passive from Echo Strike, from like the regular Echo Saber. So like no one is gonna buy this in a ranged hero, but a melee hero it seems pretty strong. Melee heroes are always like melee right clickers are always looking for some sort of way of initiating, and this is pretty good. Like obviously it's not as good as like a blink, but it also comes with lots of stats. And you can of course combine it with blink. So you can like blink and then use draw forth, or use blink to initiate the fight, and then a little bit later use draw forth if you're getting kited. It seems like really strong on heroes that are buying Echo Saber. Like right now the meta is just always disassemble Echo Saber and build other stuff with it. But this is gonna give us some incentive to keep Echo Saber. Seems pretty good. Like it's a 2k cost to upgrade it, which is not nothing, but you are getting the attack speed here, which is nice. The agi. So it seems like a pretty solid upgrade to heroes that already want to buy Echo Saber. How do you pronounce it? Phylactery. Requires a diadem, point booster, and a recipe. So 2400 gold. It's 7 attributes, 200 health, 200 mana. Okay, so like mostly just the base stats from this stuff with like a slight upgrade. As passive, has an empower spell. The next single target spell you cast on an enemy deals a separate 125 bonus damage to the target and slows them at 50% for 1.2 seconds. 206 seconds. That seems pretty strong. Passive effect doesn't proc on spells that don't give magic stick charges. It doesn't stack from multiple sources. Okay. That seems like a pretty cool item. That's like a alternative to stuff like a Kaya. Like 125 bonus damage is usually going to be quite a bit more than what Kaya gives you, but it's only once every 6 seconds. They provide pretty solid stats. So yeah, like extra health and mana and 7 attributes. So you get like a lot of health and mana from this. So Like, let's say something like a Leshrak, for example, right? You want HP, you want mana. You get some extra spell damage every 6 seconds. Seems pretty nice. Yeah, it might get overshadowed by other items. I'm not sure. Like, it seems to be like a cheaper version of like Higher Sanj, basically. With like a little bit less stuff and doesn't scale as well because it doesn't have an upgrade, I think. Well, interesting to see who's gonna buy this. But I expect it's not gonna be like a super popular item. So I think like we're gonna see a lot of Pavis. And you're gonna see like heroes that already want to buy Ditfu Blade are gonna upgrade to Disperser, and heroes that already want to buy Echo Saber are gonna upgrade to Harpoon. And apparently the Cornucopia doesn't have an upgrade, so probably not gonna be seeing that too much. Okay. Oh, Mango has an initial max stock of 4 and restock time of 120 seconds. Ooh, and it's gonna be for all the consumables. The Pango has initial and max stock of 8. Whoa. Tome of Knowledge removed? Whoa, that is interesting. So there's gonna be a limited access to consumables. Huh. I kind of like that. It's gonna like put a bit of a stop to all this consumable spam meta that we see in high level games. It's gonna be require a bit of team coordination to see like who has the most need for consumables. It's gonna make like heroes that naturally provide sustain more viable. So as like a Chen player, I love this. As a lone druid player, I like it too because you already have your own sustain. It might potentially lead to more conflicts in pub games when people blaming each other for buying out their mangoes or healing selves or whatever. So no tome anymore, so it's gonna be. It means it's gonna be a little bit harder for supports to reach level 6. But they do have potentially access to that extra rune at 7 minutes. And probably supports are gonna be more likely to leave lane to get that than any core will be. Dust of Appearance, Reveal Reworked, now creates an area that reveals and slows invisible units by 20% in a 1050 radius where the caster was standing. Revealed units take 25 damage. Ooh. So 20% slow and 25 damage. So the slow, of course, was already there. This area lasts 12 seconds. Debuff lingers on enemy heroes for 8 additional seconds after they leave the area of effect. That is actually so strong. That makes Dust so much stronger. Because it lingers for an extra 8 seconds. So this is like a little bit less, of course, than the normal duration of Dust in the old days. But the fact that you put it in an area is really big. And it's 25 damage as well. So it's also going to cancel like Blink Dagger and such. And like even if you're going to get clipped by this, you're already taking 200 damage. Which is like not nothing. Even later on, it's really strong. Yeah, and it's gonna be like really strong in fights in general. But to compensate for that, sentry wards get less max stock. That doesn't really matter in higher level games because everyone is already buying them. But the restock time is also increased, so we get fewer sentry wards. But this is gonna compensate for that because you can just use Dust in fights. Basically, if you're afraid of invis heroes, you're just like, oh, it's going to use Dust in fights. It's like a really big radius. It's like bigger than a Sentry Ward, definitely. Yeah. I don't know what the range for Sentry Ward is. I think it's like 800-900, something like that. It's bigger than that. Okay, Smoke. Allies affected by smoke can't use smoke to receive it themselves for 2 seconds after application. Thank you. It's gonna remove those awkward interactions where two people just use smoke at the same time. Ring of Health costs less, but it's also less effective. Okay. I guess it's going to be a buff to all the items that use Ring of Health if they don't get affected, if they don't get adjusted. Same for Void Stone. Okay. Cloak is more expensive, but also stronger. Okay, so what Defiance removed from the game? I was just about to talk about how this Cloak and Ring of Health stuff was going to affect the cost of Photo Defiance, but never mind. Okay. I guess it's gonna make this is pretty much like a side grade. It's not necessarily better or worse. Eternal Shroud. Okay, now requires a cloak, an ogre axe, ring of health, and a recipe. Total cost unchanged. Now provides 30% magic resistance. I think that's the same as the old one. 12 strength and 7 health regen. No longer as an active. Now passively converts 25% of incoming magic or pure damage to mana. Okay. Okay, magic resistance and passive effect don't stack for multiple eternal shards. Okay. This seems pretty strong. Incoming, is that before reduction? I think it is before reduction. So like you get nuked by like 1,000 damage nuke, let's say. That gets reduced by 25% from because you're a hero, so it's 750. Then reduced another 30%. So it's already down to I don't want to do the math right now, like 500-ish. And then you get 250 mana, which is quite a bit. Seems pretty strong, especially in a game where there's no longer going to be a Hood of Defiance. There's going to be like a pretty strong option on a lot of heroes that like to have both, that sort of want to have magic resistance and be selfish. And of course, Pipe is going to be if you want to make your team tanky. Cost is slightly less now. And magic resist bonus decreased from 30% to 25%. The aura is reduced from 15 to 10%. The barrier now stack additively with other sources of magic barriers. Does not stack with self. And of course now the barrier benefits from magic resistance, so the barrier is going to be a lot stronger. It's still the same level. So I think Pipe is actually in total going to be stronger than before, despite these slight nerfs here. And they're not actually slight nerfs, these are definitely nerfs. In total, I think it's going to be a bit stronger, but I'm going to have worse build-up. Because you're going to have this like cloak in your inventory that's like decent, but not that great to have. Ring of Health, I guess. Address, I mean, this is going to have a really bad build-up. It's like almost half the cost of the recipe. So, the finished product, I think, is going to be a little bit stronger, but it's going to be much harder to get there. Because previously, Pipe had a pretty smooth build-up because Hood is already like a really efficient item. But now you no longer have this very efficient item along the way. Okay, Basher gets a bit of a nerf in line with the other nerfs to stuns. Abyssal Blade, okay, total cost unchanged, overwhelming stun duration decreased, and the bash stun duration decreased. Okay, so this is like standard nerfs to stuns. Ether Lens, recipe cost increased, total cost unchanged. Okay, the Void Stone got cheaper. Blink Dagger, taking damage from Roshan and enemy heroes, now mutes the item for 3 seconds instead of setting it for 3-second cooldown. What does that mean? So does it mean like if you already have a cooldown, it gets frozen? Is that what it means? I'm not sure exactly. I guess we can check in demo mode. Let's try the universal Abaddon. Come on. Takes a long time to load. What the fuck? Why is it so slow?
Lord of Alanis. Well studied.
Alright, we get a blink dagger. No, it's still.
So be it.
What does mute actually change here? I'm confused. What is the difference here? It's muted. What is the difference between muted and having a cooldown? Maybe cooldown reduction? No, I don't think cooldown reduction affected that previously. So I don't know what that means. Maybe someone can explain. Arcane Blink no longer provides mana cost and cast time reductions or debuff amplification. Arcane Blink cooldown decreased from 15 seconds to 7 seconds. Cooldown is ready if you take damage, so it's only cosmetic? I don't know. Seems weird. Range increased from 12 to 1400. Okay. Huh. Okay, does it make the item better or worse? I mean, it's only... The thing is, if you blink in, you don't really get out that fast anyway. I mean, it's like nice for like moving around the map and such. But in the fight, how often is the blink dagger cooldown actually that restrictive? I feel like this makes the item quite a bit worse, but we'll have to see, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Because once you blink in, you usually take damage anyway, so I don't know. I think this is going to make the item weaker. Overwhelming blink, and especially it's gonna be a problem for like Shadow Fiend, for example. You no longer want to build Arcane Blink and Shadow Fiend. It's just not really a thing anymore. Okay, Overwhelming Blink. Okay, the same changes that the regular Blink has. Battle Fury. Cost unchanged, now requires Broadsword, Claymore, Quelling Blade, and Cornucopia. Oh, so Cornucopia is making its way into an item. Okay, so Cornucopia instead of the Perseverance. Okay. I kind of like that. I think it's going to make the item a little bit stronger. I think Cornucopia is a really efficient item. Of course, it's gonna make like laning a little bit more awkward because a lot of heroes like really like getting that early ring of health. Now they have to wait for a little bit longer. We get 1200 gold instead of I think it was 800 before. But then they also get like a lot bigger payoff once they get the Cornucopia. BKB, okay, we already had that. Yes, it's like just a straight nerf to BKB, no upsides. Also, like BKB in general is going to be less important because stuns are weaker. So I expect to see a lot less BKB, but I don't think BKB is going away. I think it's still going to be a strong item, but just no longer going to be like the item you need to buy on like every hero. So I like that it's getting a severe nerf. Blade Mail damage bonus decreased from 28 to 20 and armor bonus increased from 6 to 7. Okay. I mean, depends on what hero wants this item. Like, it's gonna be less effective on a hero like Spectre, but maybe slightly stronger on a hero like Axe or Legion. It's not gonna change too much though, but like in general, 8 damage is gonna be more valuable than 1 armor. But on the heroes that tend to like buy Blade Mail, 1 armor is maybe better on them. Who knows? It's a pretty small change. Orchid now requires Blitz Knuckles, Staff of Wizardry, a Cornucopia. Okay, so Cornucopia is getting used in a bunch of stuff. Cost is unchanged. Provides 6 health regen and 12 intelligence. Mana bonus decreased to 2.5. Damage bonus also decreased. But if you're an int hero, you have like 8 less damage. And yeah, if you're a what's it called, universal hero, you get what is that, 7.2 damage from the int. So yeah, you have 17.2 damage then instead of the old 30. Like the health regen definitely is nice on a lot of heroes. I guess it's gonna make it stronger on int heroes, but weaker on non-int heroes. Would be my guess. It's just less of a right-clicky item and more like item that provides like a bunch of nice bonuses aside from just right-click damage. One downside as a Lone Druid player is it's going to be much weaker on Lone Druid now. You pretty much never want to buy this in Lone Druid now. Because previously it was like at least, not like a standard item, but it was an option to go for. Bloodthorn, recipe cost decreased, but total cost unchanged. Provides 6.25 health regen now. Okay, so pretty much in line with the Orchid. Int bonus increased, damage bonus decreased. So if you're an int hero, you get almost the same damage. Already no longer causes attacks on its target to have 100% chance to crit, but still provides True Strike. But the additional damage dealt from Soul Rend increased from 30 to 60%. So it's not the spell that's going to be doing... I'm not sure what the old crit was, but probably like a similar amount of damage. But if it is the spell, then it's going to be a lot less damage. But still, an int heroes is probably still a bit better than it used to be. But definitely, it's no longer going to be an item that's good on like any kind of hero. Vanguard is getting cheaper, but gets less HP regen. I think that a buff, I would say. So you're saving 125 gold, and you get 1.5 less health regen. Yeah, I don't think you care about the health regen that much. It's just like the big selling point is like the HP and damage block on Vanguard. So I think there's a slight buff to it, the item. Crimson, cost unchanged. Guard, block, damage, rescaled from 75 to 70 plus 60% of caster strength. Okay, that's much, much stronger. But it's only 8 seconds instead of 12. Okay. So from a Visage perspective, this is actually good. Because like against 75 damage block, you're already not doing anything. So you don't even care about this. But of course, in general, the item is going to be probably stronger with this. Dagon now has a diadem, voodoo mask, and a recipe. So total cost of Dagon 1 is a bit more, sorry. Then higher levels are a little bit cheaper. So instead of the int, it provides the same amount in plus all attributes. So it's a big buff. And also provides spell lifesteal. Energy burst, no spell lifesteal, 70% of damage, 75% damage done. Now instantly kills non-ancient creep, so that's like a big buff to Dagon. Like what? It's like slightly more expensive, but it just gives you so much more. Like Dagon 1 is like legit now a really good item. Like it's a bunch of spell lifesteal. So against a regular hero, the level 1 bursts will do 400 damage, reduced by 25%. That's 300 damage. And you lifesteal 75% of that. So that is what, like 75 HP that you gain? I know, never mind. That's not 75. It's 225. 225 HP whenever you cast your Dagon on a hero. That's pretty nice. Also, if it insta kills regular creeps, you put it on like a creep with 1100 HP. You get 75% of that as HP. So you cast this on a creep, and if you get all this credited from the instant kill, you get like 800 HP back, even more than that, if you cast it on like a centaur or like a big satyr. That's so strong. Like Dagon is now HP regen item as well. And like 7 of all attributes, 11% spell lifesteal. It's gonna be Dagon meta. The item is so much stronger now. Whoa. Okay, Dragonlance gets a bit of a nerf. Okay. Bit less efficient now. Gonna see it less on Meepo and stuff. But still a fairly efficient item, I guess. E-Blade will use 60% of the total sum of the target's attributes as the primary attribute when targeting universal heroes. Okay. So against universal heroes, it's going to be especially strong. Okay. Yule Sept of Divinity. Okay, no change. Wind Waker, Cyclone cooldown decreased, movement speed bonus decreased, mana regen bonus decreased. Okay, so this is like a pretty good buff, but losing 20 movement speed is not insignificant, and then also all the mana regen, so this item is probably going to be weaker. Okay, Gleipnir gets another slight nerf there. Mjolnir, cost decreased by 100, and damage bonus increased. Okay, so like sort of restoring the balance a bit between Gleipnir and Mjolnir to make Mjolnir a bit stronger, Gleipnir slightly weaker. Makes sense. Mjolnir wasn't seen very much use. As a lone druid player, I like this. We have to see if Mouse Temple is gonna make a comeback on Lone Druid. Glimmer Cape, recipe cost decreased, total cost increased by 200. Okay, because the cloak is now more expensive. Magic resistance bonus increased from 200 to from 20% to 25%. Glimmer now grants Invis plus 40 movement speed and 300 magic damage barrier. Ooh. That's pretty cool. The 40 movement speed is also very nice. 12-second cooldown, 90 mana cost. Huh. I like this. And like paying 200 more gold for extra 5% magic resistance. That's not a bad deal. Not a bad deal at all. And yeah, I actually think Glimmer Cape is going to be slightly stronger here. Of course, now it's also going to have to compete against the new Pavis item, which like does sort of similar things, except it's more against physical, not as much against magic. Heart actually gets a nerf. Okay, I'm not sure that that was needed. but okay. Recipe change now has Helm of Ironville, Diadem, and a recipe. Stats unchanged, total cost increased. Okay, so nerf the Dominator. But on the plus side, Dominator now has a lot more targets because there's more creeps on the map, more creep camps, right? And creeps also upgrade over time. So I think Dominator is going to be fine. It's just going to be like the early timing is going to be a little bit weaker, a little bit delayed. Helm of the Overlord also gets a slight increase in cost. And also the bonuses to the creeps get nerfed a little bit. But it's still okay because like mid to late game, the creeps you get are going to be quite a bit stronger. It's just going to be more creeps on the map. Okay. Holy Locket recipe changed. Now requires Diadem, Magic Wand, Headdress, recipe. Total cost unchanged. Okay, so no longer has that rather efficient, what's it called? The little health item, whatever. No longer provides bonus health or bonus mana. Now gives plus 10 to attributes. Energy charge now has a visual effect when used on allies. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so seems like it's weaker now. 10 to all attributes. So that's like 220 HP it gives now, which is less than it used to. I think it's a nerf. Of course, it also now gives like a little bit of attack damage and so on, but heroes that buy Holy Locket typically don't care about that too much. So I think the item is going to be a little bit worse. Also, the build-up is probably a bit worse as well. Like, the item is not a very efficient item. Yeah, you had the Fluffy Head was the item I was looking for. So Fluffy Head was like a really nice build-up item because it's such an efficient item to have on supports. Who are probably going to be the most likely to buy Holy Locket. So probably a bit weaker the item, but it was a very strong item previously, so it's okay, I guess. I guess it was an item that I think a lot of people slept on a little bit. Very efficient item, so I guess the nerf is deserved. Lincoln Sphere now has Ultimate Orb, Cornucopia, another use for that item, and a recipe. Total cost unchanged, health region bonus decreased. A little bit less mana cost, a little bit less mana region, but now it's 10 damage. I think that's a slight buff. Mage Slayer, total cost increased by 100. Okay, that's fair. The item was very efficient. Yasha. Ooh, 10% movement speed bonus. Do we need that buff to Yasha? Ancient Yasha, 12%. Okay, this carries through here. I feel like Yasha was already pretty good, but okay. I guess. Medallion. Valor cooldown increased from 12 to 16 seconds. Duration decreased from 12 to 8 seconds. So it's only half uptime. But bonus increased from 5 to 6? What? That is a nerf, sir. Why are you nerfing Medallion of Courage? It was already a pretty niche item. I don't get it. Like, only 50% uptime, but you get like 20% stronger effect? That's a nerf. Come on. Okay, let's see what Solar Crest does. Recipe cost decreased. Total cost decreased by 200. Okay. Armor reduction ally armor bonus increased from 6 to 7. Move speed bonus and slow increase from 10 to 18. And attack speed bonus slow increased from 50 to 70. But Yeah, also like only 50% uptime. What is this? I don't get it. These are nerfs. These items were already pretty niche. Now they're getting nerfed? I don't get it. I don't know why they're doing this. Meteor Hammer. I mean, I guess if you're using it aggressively to kill something fast, you don't care that much about the duration and such, but still. The good thing about Solar Crest is it just had 100% uptime. You can just spam it on your carry. And basically like transfer your net worth to him. And that made Solar Crest like a decent item to get on supports and like certain heroes. Despite the numbers not being that strong. But now it's only 50% uptime. And yeah, the effect is a little bit stronger. But it's a bit cheaper. So I'm pretty sure this is a nerf. Yeah, I'm not as sure, but my initial reaction is that these items are gonna be close to useless now. Like no one's gonna buy these, I think. Hoping to be proven wrong because I really like Solar Crest. But it seems like items are much worse now. Meme Hammer. Get ready for some nerfs. Cost increased. So in total, the cost goes up by 50. Impact now slows enemies by 20% for the full burn duration of 6 seconds. Stun duration decreased. Sorry, to get some more water. Okay, my throat is really dry. Okay, so impact damage to buildings increased by 20. Wait, is this a buff? So like you get extra slow. I mean, sure, you get less stuns, and this is like a pretty hefty reduction in stun. But like all the stuns are getting nerfed. They're getting a slow on top of it, and they get more building damage. And the cost only goes up very slightly. So what? So we have a Solar Crest, an item that almost no one buys, gets a nerf, arguably, and Meteor Hammer. Okay, it's only the impact damage, so it's only a plus 20 damage. So yeah, okay, this is not that big of a deal. True. But I mean, you lose out on 3/4 of a second of stun, which is of course much bigger reduction than the other stuns got. But you also get an extra slow in there. So I mean, it's probably a nerf on the whole, but it's not a big nerf. I think we're still going to see plenty of Meteor Hammer usage, especially since the stats don't get adjusted at all. The big part of the reason why Meteor Hammer is so good is because it just gives excellent stats for like a pretty competitive price. And that's not going to change. The item is still going to be equally good at farming. It's going to be even slightly stronger against buildings. So I think we're still going to see lots of Meteor Hammers. Okay, Octa-Core now requires Perseverance, Soul Booster, and a recipe. Okay, so that's very different. And total cost is 4,600, which is less than it used to be. Now provides 625 health, 625 mana, minus 25% cooldown reduction, plus 7.5 health regen and mana regen, but no longer has the cast range. So I think this item is going to be worse. But of course, it's cheaper as well. I like this. The new octacore, the old octacore just did a little bit too much. So I like that we're separating out the cast range from the spell, from the cooldown reduction. I like it. It's probably going to be a bit worse, but seems like a good change. Perseverance, of course, is going to be a bit cheaper. The reach is not reduced. So it's cheaper, but has the same stats. Interesting. I mean, no one is going to make perseverance as just to have perseverance still. You're only really going to make it if it's a part of your recipe. But like on the way, it's going to be a bit stronger. Kind of neat. Phase boots gets an extra 5 movement speed. Ooh, interesting. Power Dreads has 45 movement for ranged heroes. That's the old one, and 55 for melee heroes. Ooh, interesting. Because, like, in the old meta, if you're like a range right clicker, you pretty much always get Power Dreads. There's like a few exceptions, like if you're Wind Ranger, for example, you get Phase Boots. But the old Phase Boots is like really unattractive on ranged heroes. And Power Dread is so attractive on ranged heroes. So usually we're just like, if you're a melee hero, you're afraid of getting kited, so you get Phase Boots. If you're a ranged hero, you get Power Dreads. But now it's going to be a bit more difficult to decide. So, because Power Dreads now has 55 movement speed, so that's if you're afraid of getting kited, that's kind of nice to have. Yeah, I'm not sure if these items really need to be buffed, but okay. I wonder if we're gonna see more like support go for Power Dreads. I guess not, because like mana boots and such are still so strong. But I guess like if you're a hero that like buys mana boot, disassembles them into like ether lens or something like that, then once another boots upgrade, maybe treads is now an option, especially if you're a melee supportish hero. Because extra 10% extra 10 movement speed is nice. And just like the extra tankiness it gives you. Maybe we're gonna see that. If you're like a hero that doesn't really add too much about the region provided by Chankles. Maybe. Refresher Orb now has Cornucopia or double Cornucopia and a recipe. So which items actually still use Perseverance? Let's look that up. Maybe a new patch by the time I'm done reading? Possibly. Wait, learn items. What does Perseverance actually still build into? Where's Perseverance? There it is. Okay, it's Lotus Orb, Meteor Hammer, and Octagon. Okay, still like a decent number of items. Okay. Okay. So we have a little bit less regen and 20 damage. That's a buff. Satanic, a little bit less damage. Okay, that's a nerf. But yeah, also like you're gonna get stunned less, which makes it easier to lifesteal the Satanic. Scythe now is slightly cheaper, a little bit less mana regen, and has less disable. That's actually quite a big change to disable. Bigger than most, I think. So Scythe definitely quite a bit weaker now. Shiva's Guard The wave speed is increased. Okay, whatever. Shadows. If the owner now dies without having 0 charges and now gains 1. Ooh, that is quite nice. They have a spirit vessel. Oh, Wraith Pact removed. Wonder what the components of threads are for the universal heroes. Don't you need a part of this your own primary sets? No, you don't. On any hero you can build threads with any of the +6 stat items. Can I please check Meepo and Arcwarden? Nope, I'm doing it in order. This is like a big buff to Urn and Vessel. And like Urn is already like a really strong item, so that's maybe too much of a buff. The Wraith Pact removed from the game. Okay, I mean I'm not too mad about that. I would have liked to see a buff to Vlad if that's the case, but okay. Neutral creeps no longer drop neutral items on death. Now they drop neutral tokens of different tiers. 1 to 5. Okay. You can click on a neutral token to choose one of 5 random neutral items of the token's tier, and the token will permanently turn into one of those. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, almost spilled my water. I managed spilling only some of it. Okay. So, this is gonna reduce randomness a lot. Each hero has their own selection of random items. Having multiple tokens of the same tier will always result in the same selection of items, as the options are fixed per player, not per token. Oh, okay. So each player has like 5 items they can choose from. And if you like consume multiple tokens on the same hero, you get to like roll twice, like select twice from those 5 items. Can you have the same item multiple times? Probably not. Neutral items claimed from tokens are not shareable anymore and cannot be taken from neutral splash by allies. Ooh. Okay, so you can no longer switch items around. You can use them from backpack. No longer see your allies stash neutral items, you can't do anything with them. Okay. So, like, now you can grief your allies by, like, just consuming 5 of the tokens? They don't get neutral items? That seems dangerous. Okay, okay, so now there's cycling through items. Okay, why not just say item removed? Item re-added, faded brooches re-added. That one was a very strong item. The possessed mask, to be fair, is also very strong. Okay, Lance gets a bit of a nerf. Nice. Occult Bracelet gets a big buff. Wow, the item is so good now. Seeds of Serenity, health bonus increased. Okay. Verdrestale health region increased. Okay, that's like a pretty big buff as well. Well, that item was already pretty decent. Okay, Trusty Shovel. Of course, that's the change everyone figured out from the hints. Summon Kobold is now controllable by the player that dug it up. That's gonna make Shovel a lot stronger. It's also gonna make it stronger to have like Shovel in like your backpack once you get higher tier items. Because like having that extra Kobold is quite nice. It's not so much about the GPM aura, it's more about like having an extra unit they can use for scouting. You can put it in a Roche Pit, for example. Can maybe even stack with it, although that's going to be a bit difficult because the Kobold has fairly low HP. Okay. Spark of Courage. Okay, provides 10 damage when the owner is above 50 health and 5 when they are below the threshold. Okay, that's decent. It feels like it's weaker than most of the other tier 1 items. And then Duelist Glove, new tier 1 neutral item. It provides 10 damage and Grants 15 attack speed as long as there's no enemy heroes within 900 units. Okay, it's like a farming item. So it's gonna be like the replacement for Possessed Mask. Strong farming item, not that strong in like actually fighting. Okay. Brigand's Blade is out. Deck of Bristol is also out. Another shawl. So what's the difference between cycled out and removed from the game? Presumably that implies that it's going to be added in later again. And it's not. Whatever. Half the value to all attributes for universal heroes. Okay. So what is that? +6 to all? Doesn't seem that great. Willowstone, slight nerf. Okay, Overconstruction is returned. But now moved from tier 3 to tier 2. Armor reduction is now 3 and low is 20 and 10. Seems like a very strong tier 2 item. As a lone druid player, I love it. Specialist array gets a slight buff. Okay. Vampire Fangs gets added. Okay, so now you have this lifesteal item on tier 2 and on tier 1. Fair enough. Gossamer Cape. 20 move speed. That's always nice. And this passive dodge the next attack from a hero. 5 cooldown. Ooh, that seems pretty good. Seems pretty high value stuff. Especially if you have like a blink. You just dodge one attack. Pretty cool. Blast Trigger is gone. Ceremonial Rope gets a bit of a buff. Why not? Plus 50 attack range passively. Ooh, it's gonna make the item so strong. I think the item is already underrated. Dandelion Amulet. The 3 neutral item gives 25 movement speed and 300 mana. Already starting strong. And passive. So consumes a charge, block 3 and magic damage from damage instances over 75 damage. How many charges does it have? Doesn't say here. Cooldown 12 seconds. Weird. Defiant Shell. 7 all attributes and 5 armor. That's already pretty nice. When attack, the hero counterattacks the target within their attack range. Ooh, okay, so a little bit like Legion Commander. Okay, that seems like a decent defensive-ish item. I think though it's probably going to be best on like ranged cores. Vindicator's Axe, tier 3 neutral item, 25 attack speed. Provides 30 damage if equipped hero is silenced and 12 armor if equipped hero is stunned. Okay. I like the armor is very nice when he's stunned. But I feel like it's a little bit weak. Flicker's removed, I like it. Witchbin is removed, kind of sad about that. Havoc Hammer, slight buff, nice. Mindbreaker is now tier 4. Gets an extra 20 damage and 5 attack speed. And a little bit more duration on silence. Okay, I mean, that's fair. There was kind of like a dearth of right-click items on tier 4 and surplus at tier 3, so I like that. Stormcrafter's 25 movement speed, no longer has an active. Ooh, okay. Passive bottle lighting hits up to 2 targets. Okay, I think that makes the item worse. But still, like 25 movement speed is really big. Probably still going to be a strong item. And then Martyr's Plate. 20% magic resistance and redirects 20% of all damage dealt to allied heroes within 600 can't speak anymore. Within 900 radius towards you for 8 seconds. Okay. I mean, it's like a nice item if you like Abaddon or something like that. But I think on most heroes it's going to be pretty bad, but like really strong on specific heroes. Okay, in Apex is only 25 to all attributes for universal heroes, so it's going to be quite bad on them. But it's to all attributes, right? What does Apex normally do? How much does it give? To the primary attribute, where are we? 70 to primary attribute. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit worse on universal heroes. Right, because you only get 60% of that 75 damage. You get quite a bit less damage, and getting 70 to one attribute, that's like your most important attribute, is going to be better than 25 to all. So this is considerably worse on universal heroes. Fallen Sky, okay, slight nerf in line with the other stun stuff. Okay. We're through the general changes. We're only one third of the way through. Oh my god. Okay. Let's stay strong. Okay, so the universal hero base damage is decreased by a lot. I guess to make up for the fact that he's got not universal, and of course also stats are nerfed quite a lot. The damage level 1 is decreased by 4. The damage gain per level is slightly more. It's gonna make the hero worse though. Like, yeah, you can have like a little bit more damage over time, but just less stat gains. You don't care that much about right click on Abaddon anyway. Okay, but the Aphotic Shield is now a damage barrier, stacks actively with other damage barriers, and it's going to be stronger because it's affected by like magic reduction, magic resistance, and armor. But Aphotic Shield is going to be much stronger now. Borrowed time cooldown increased. Okay, I'm not going to go through all the talents. Yeah, we have to see how much the Aphotic Shield is going to help you. That buff. That's like a pretty big buff, and probably more important. I think overall, probably Abaddon is slightly stronger now, but it's hard to say. Definitely, these attempts like carry Abaddon are going to be weaker now. Alchemist, whole bunch of changes here. Acid Spray, but a cast point, cooldown decreased, mana cost decreased, duration decreased, damage per second increased, so that's definitely stronger. Concoction gets weaker. Regal Screed is now an innate ability, so you no longer need to level it up, I guess. Max bonus gold per kill is now 18, like level 2. And Bounty Rune multiplier is now 2, so it's a bit worse, but like you don't need to skill it, so that's like a big buff to Alchemist. Now it gets a new basic passive ability. Attack applies stacking debuff on enemies that reduces movement speed by 3, 4, 5, 6% and status resistance by the same amount. Applying a new stack refreshes the duration. No effect on buildings or Roshan. Max stacks of 11 at max level. Okay, so 11 stacks gives 66% movement speed reduction and 66 status resistance reduction. Applying a new stack refreshes the duration, so as long as you keep on one target, they're gonna be slow to a crawl and have all this status resistance reduction. So the debuff duration is also going to go up with that. I mean, okay, you need to hit someone quite a bit to get 11 stacks on that, but even if you get like 5 stacks on them, even if let's say this is just this little one, you get 5 stacks on them, it's already 15% slow. It's not that bad. And it's like essentially free because now you get Reworked Screed for free. And if you have like 5 stacks with 6%. That's already 30% slow. That's quite a bit. Alchemist, I think it's going to be much stronger now. Whoa. I mean, Chemical Rage even gets more regen. Minor buff though. Wow. Acid Spray is better. I mean, Concoction is worse, but now you can actually like level it up. You probably get like, you max out Acid Spray, you get like earlier you get like a level of this and a level of this. And then you probably max Concoction second. So the old Alchemist would have like level 1 Concoction for a long time, because you need to max Grievous Grid second. But now you can actually have 1 second more stun for quite a bit of time. Of course, in the end it's going to be worse, but 3.2 seconds is still quite a lot of stun. Yeah, I think Alchemist is going to be very, very strong. And also there was no nerf to Radiance or anything like that, so that's still good. AA, stun duration on cold feet decreased. Okay, Ice Vortex. Agony Shot upgrade removed. Now deals... Oh, now always deals damage in the area. Duration decreased though. At lower levels, max level almost the same. Cooldown increased on lower levels. Okay, so low levels of Ice Vortex are going to be weaker, but max level is going to be much stronger than before. Same cooldown, only slightly less duration, and just 36 damage for free per second. Okay, and the Agony Shard now improves Ice Blast. Enemies hit by the Ice Blast are stunned. With the current level of Cold Feet for 60% of its duration, doesn't stun debuff immune enemies. Okay. That's a pretty neat Ags. So you got this maxed out. You can stun someone for like 1.6-ish seconds. That's not a bad shot. Get like an AoE stun on the ultimate. That's decent. Of course, the ult shot was really strong, but it's basically worked into the regular ability now. So that's I think definitely buffed to AA. Anti-Mage, base strength decreased, health regen increased. Mana break per hit decreased, by quite a bit. Max mana burn per hit increased. Okay. So you burn more max mana, but it's going to be weaker in the early game. Now plays a slightly different sound when the target is below 50% mana. Okay, I guess. Blink gets worse on low levels as well, so bit of a nerf to Anti-Mage, I would say. Late game is going to be slightly stronger, but the early game is definitely going to be weaker. Arc Warden. Okay. The upheaval has attuned Arc Warden to the Ancients. When playing on Dire side, Arc Warden will have the Tempest ability by default, and the Tempest double will have its normal abilities. This condition is temporary, will go away once set adapts to the new paradigm. What? So they're saying this change will be reverted at some point? What? Tempest version Flux is now different, provides higher damage but low movement speed penalty to the enemy. Okay. Magnetic Field. This is so weird. What? Why? Tempest version provides 150 attack range on ranged heroes and adds magic damage to attacks made by allies from the field. So the magnetic field is going to be much stronger. Spark Wraith. Tempest version has shorter activation delay and faster moving Wraith. Longer slow duration, but has a lower damage. Okay. Not sure if that's stronger. Probably it is. Maybe slightly stronger. And then Tempest double cooldown decreased. So this is some pretty nice buffs to Aquan, I would say. I think Flux is probably gonna be like a little bit worse on the Tempest. But like Magnetic Field is gonna be much stronger. This actually is probably enough because you all often just want to use it for like farming and stuff. But it gets more slow, that's nice. Less activation delay. It's like we're gonna be stronger in like an actual fight instead of just like setting up a bunch of spark rays for damage. Okay, talents I'm not gonna go into, but I think this is gonna be buffed to Aquan. Axe, duration decreased on Berserker's Call. Okay, but only slight decrease. Counter Helix damage rescaled. So more damage level 1, less damage at max level. No longer pseudo-random. Now triggers after a set number of attacks taken. Attacks the trigger 7, 6, 5, 4. How does this compare to the old numbers? I'm not sure actually. Aghanim Shot no longer increases proc chance, now reduces the cooldown of Counter Helix to 0 seconds. Wait, what? It still has a cooldown? But like if you need 4 attacks to trigger, you need 4 attacks to trigger and you also have a cooldown. Okay, I guess. Probably Shard is worse now, but I don't know exactly. Like it's gonna be better if you hit by lots and lots of units. Bane, now universal, and damage level 1 decreased by 11. What? That's a big nerf. Damage gain per level increased by 2. That's huge actually. But still, in the early game, it's gonna take you like 5.5 levels. So at level 7, you're gonna have more damage, and like as long as you're still playing Bane as a support, this is actually a nerf. Okay, Enfeeble no longer reduces heal or regen, deals pure damage per second now. Attack damage reduction increased, mana cost increased. Okay, so it's deals damage and has even more attack damage reduction, but no longer reduces heal. Seems stronger. It's also like much more expensive, to be fair. So the fact that the cost goes up by so much might be a problem. Brain Sap now goes through Debuff Immunity. That goes through BKB. Nightmare doesn't do damage anymore. Duration decreased. And mana cost decreased. Okay, that seems worse. Fiend's Grip, okay, duration is reduced. So I think on the whole, Bane is just going to be weaker. Because he's so much about Disable, and all Disables getting worse. To be fair, Disables are not getting nerfed that much. He's still going to have like a really long Disable here. And this really doesn't matter too much because oftentimes you don't get off the full duration anyway. But I think on the whole, Bane is going to be a little bit worse. Batrider is now universal. Okay, so his stat gains are reduced quite a bit. The level on damage on level 1 is unchanged. And damage per level is a bit higher. It's going to be doing more right-click damage. And movement speed is increased by 20. That's big. That's a big buff for Batrider. Okay. Sticky Napalm. Application damage decreased slightly. Damage per stack decreased slightly as well. Slow per stack decreased. So Sticky Napalm just across the board worse. Flame Break gets less cooldown on high levels, more on low levels. Slows affect enemies 25%. Okay, that's nice. Duration rescaled. Okay, it's 5 seconds across all levels. So level 1, Flame Break is going to be quite a bit better. but damage increased. Okay, total damage increased from, okay, across all the board, total damage is increased. So yeah, I mean, it seems quite a bit stronger now. Like, yes, it's shorter duration, but it does more damage. Like, it's shorter and it does more total damage. And also it's a slow now. So seems really strong. Of course, with Sticky Napalm, this math might change a little bit. Also, Sticky Napalm, of course, going to be weaker. Firefly no longer provides bonus vision, no longer provides bonus movement speed. Damage per second increased, so that's a big nerf. Because like the bonus vision and movement speed is like a big part of that spell. And damage is a little bit higher, but of course you need it doesn't get amplified as much. Flaming Lasso, total damage increased. Damage now takes every 0.5 seconds. What was it before? Okay. So this on the whole is a nerf, but like 20 movement speed, that's really big. Physical damage Batrider? Maybe. I mean, you're a universal hero now, which is really nice for physical damage, and you do more right-click damage, and it's like 330 movement speed is really nice, but still don't think you really have enough to justify right-click Batrider. Beastmaster is universal now. So the 1 damage is reduced by quite a bit. Damage gain per level is increased slightly. But yeah, this overall is of course a big nerf. Because you don't really care about right-click damage on Beastmaster too much outside of the early game. And that's it's worse. So like you only get like 0.4 extra, so you need like 20 levels to catch up here. So yeah, it's like straight up nerf. You're gonna have less less int. So you're gonna have less mana, you're gonna have less armor, you're gonna have less HP. Actually, no, strength is the same. Okay, so what does he get in compensation? Wild Access gets cheaper. Oh, 50 mana, that's so cheap. Of course, you're gonna have less mana as well. But it's only the attribute gains that get affected. The base mana at the start is going to be the same, so it's going to be easier to spam axes in lane. Call of the Wild, Dive Bomb, root duration decreased. Okay, whatever. Primal Roar, stun duration decreased. Standard stuff, but not by much. Mana cost decreased. Alright, so we get compensation for that int we're losing out on. Okay, Drums of Slum now has a passive ability. Attacks from Beastmaster or a nearby unit he controls cause him to bang his drum, dealing damage to nearby units and healing himself and his units and his control for a portion of the damage dealt. Every attack decreases the interval between drums hit from a maximum of 3 seconds down to a minimum of 0.4 seconds between hits after 20 attacks. No attacks that made the intervals gradually increase every 1 second. Using Primal Roar automatically adds 10, 15, 20 drum stacks. Permanent damage is 90. So I guess you have to try that out to see how strong that is. But this is I think, the biggest thing. It's going to make laning on Beastmaster so much nicer. Like, you're going to cast Wild Access a lot on Beastmaster. It's not just about laning phase, just generally. You're going to have less mana problems with this. Also, Drum of Slum is not passive, so if you go for Aghanim's, you're not gonna spend mana on this. This also gets stacks from controlled units. It's gonna also benefit from having like Dominator or what's it's called, the Overlord. So that's nice. So it's no longer really going to be like an either or thing where you either go for the Drums of Slum build or you go for the Overlord build. Maybe now you can get both. On the whole, I think I like it. Bloodseeker, max health damage per second decreased. Pure damage from Aghanim Shot is now dealt as a separate instance of damage. Okay, not sure if that's gonna be a big deal. Cooldown, okay, slightly rescaled there. On Rupture, move damage increased. Okay, that's a bit of a buff to Bloodseeker, and now we have Blood Mist. Acid returns all your overheal from your own abilities into a damage barrier up to 50% of Bloodseeker's max health. Ooh! Ooh! That's cool. And damage no longer counts as HP loss. It burns barrier if it's available and can be decreased by sources that reduce damage. Okay, that's cool. Seems like some nice buffs to Bloodseeker. Bounty Hunter, no longer mini stuns, but it's 100% movement speed slow for 0.35 seconds. Definitely a nerf. Shinada, no longer disabled by silences. That disabled by break. That makes a lot more sense. Shadowwork attack no longer slows the target. Now stuns the target for up to 1.6 seconds. Ooh, that's big. Aghanim Shot no longer grants charges, but now lowers the Shadowwork cooldown by 5 seconds. Doesn't seem that strong, but like this is actually really nice, actually. It's gonna make Bounty Hunter stronger, I think. Brewmaster is universal now. He gets 4 less damage, level 1, and what is that? 0.68 damage per level extra. And his attributes have not changed at all. So, how many levels do you need here? 0.68, so it's about 7. So, well, you can say it's like about 2/3. So you need like 6 levels, so level 7, and then you're about even, and after that you have more damage. So less damage during laning stage, more damage afterwards. Okay. You get Void Stance, now part of the basic ability. Void Stance status distance is okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, and slow is 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. Okay, Primal Split. Earth Bruling Spell Immunity replaced with Debuff Immunity with 50% magic resistance. Okay. Damage decreased. Hurl Boulder Stun duration decreased. Some Bruling damage decreased. Okay, you get the Void Bruling by default now, right? Okay, so all the other ones get nerfed a little bit. Now you get the Void Bruling. I think it's actually a buff in total. The Aghanim Shot, now we get extra 12 seconds. That's so strong. Like, what? That's so strong. 12 seconds. And also grants the Brewing's Primal Split cancel ability, which is very nice to have. Wait, what's... Okay, so Void's Bruling Astral Pulse ability replaces Astral Pull, can target allies and enemies, pulls the target and the Void Bruling in the target direction. Wait. How does it work? Let me try it out. No, we're here in heroes.
My little
Let's see how that works. Not very clear from the description. Okay, we're gonna level up.
prepare for battle.
Regular duration is 16 seconds, so like plus 12 the shot. It's so insane. Okay, so... Oh, it's vector targeted. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, it doesn't get refreshed now. Okay, that's kind of neat. But I feel like the old ability was stronger on the Void ruling. But yeah, no, whole thing is gonna make Brewmaster a little bit stronger. It's hard to say though. Wait, what is the... Oh yeah, the Aghanim is the prominent companion. Okay. Yeah, that's such a big buff to the duration. Charlotte's gonna be so... Ah, no, don't do this to me. Ah. Charlotte's gonna be so key on that hero. Bristleback. Okay, you get Warpath stacks for each quill spray released when you get a hit from the back. Taking excess damage with the quill spray threshold is maintained, and multiple quill sprays can trigger from a single source of damage. Ooh, it's a big buff against heroes like Sven, for example, which have very high damage instances. And Hairball mana cost decreased from 100 to 75. Okay, those are some nice buffs to Bristleback, who's been one of these forgotten heroes. Brood is now universal. She gets quite a big haircut on her stats. So the 1 damage is decreased by 5. It's already quite low. Okay, damage gain is basically the same, so that's a big fat nerf. Of course, items are going to be strong on her now. Like stat items. Base attack damage bonus rescaled from flat damage to percentage of base damage. Okay, it's gonna make it worse in the early game. But like if you get a lot of stat items, this could be like really strong as a universal hero later on in the game. So maybe just like make Broodmother a right clicker with buying like a bunch of stat heavy items. Might be viable. Spinweb health region is decreased quite a lot at the start. But you're probably maxing this anyway, so it's not like a huge change. Spawn spiderlings damage decreased. Okay. So I guess they want to push Boomba a bit more in the right click direction. Maybe. They're gonna have a lot less agi gain though, so you're gonna have less attack speed. Also less base agi. The whole I think is gonna make Broodmother worse, but we'll see. Maybe some sort of right click build can be worked out. Centaur Warrunner, and like also to add onto that, like treads are not gonna be stronger on Broodmother. If you wanna go like a Differ, which was like used to be like a strong build on Broodmother, that's gonna be stronger. You can also maybe go for Echo Saber. It's gonna be stronger because they've got upgrades now. Yeah, so the items for Galactic Broodmother are also gonna be better now. Yasha is gonna be providing even more movement speed if you're gonna go for like a Manta or something like that. So maybe right click Broodmother can be made to work. Centaur Warrunner, Hoofstorm, stun duration decreased. Standard stuff. Double edge, lower cast point, whatever. Retaliate is weaker at the start, a little bit stronger in the end. Okay, that's not any big changes. CK gets okay, stun duration adjusted, chaos strike, lifesteal increased, critical life from creeps is now reduced by 50%. Okay, so that might actually be a nerf on the whole. Chaos strike, life. So it's gonna be like stronger and for like actual fighting, but like farming and laning and so on is gonna be quite a bit weaker. Ah, once again I fall for this. Shouldn't click on stuff. That's just sort of my nature to click a lot. Need to keep up my APM. Yeah, I guess slight nerf to Chaos Knight. Now we go to Chen. He's now universal. Damage level 1 is increased actually. That's kind of cool. So 1.5 on average. Also more damage gain. Ooh, that's cool. Holy Persuasion now grants Chen gold equal to creep's bounty when dominating it. Whoa! Aghanim Shot now also adds 1 level to upgradable abilities of Persuaded Creeps. So the old chart gets retained and you gain 1 extra level there on the creeps. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chen is just OP now. What? These are all buffs. He's now a universal hero. He's got more base damage. Loses no stats at all. Gets a buff here. Another buff here. Another buff here. And you get lots more creeps on the map. Whoa, Chen is going to be insane. Whoa. Need to get in some Chen games before they nerf this. If they don't, I'm definitely hitting Immortal. Whoa. Huge buffs. Klings gets a rework. Base damage increased. So it's like extra 4 damage. Plus 1 strength, but no searing arrows, so it's gonna make it harder to last it actually. Despite having the extra 4 damage. Strafe, okay, that makes a return. Klings and the Skeletons in 1200 AoE gain bonus attack speed and attack range. Attack speed bonus is 220 max level for Klings and 50% for the Skeletons. Attack range bonus is 200 for Klings and the Skeletons. Duration 3.5 seconds. Cooldown. Okay, so it doesn't have that much uptime. It does not break Skeleton Walk invisibility. That's cool. But it's definitely a strong ability. It's pretty short duration, but it also affects skeletons, and it's a lot of attack speed and range. That's kind of cool. Another new basic ability. What? Unit targeted clings with a projectile. It deals a bunch of magic damage on impact. Commanding clings and all burning skeleton archers in range to attack the target. The 275 radius area on the target is also covered in tar for 5 seconds. Any enemy that walks across the target gets slowed by 25% and receives additional 45 physical damage from all attacks by clings or burning skeleton archers. Ooh! 45 from each skeleton. That's pretty big. Persists for 2.5 seconds after leaving the area. Affects buildings. Ooh. 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 45 extra damage on buildings. Cast range 1k. Very low cooldown. Pretty low mana cost as well. That is cool. Death Pack is now basic ability. Creates a burning skeleton archer in place of a killed creep. Ooh. Oh, only 1 skeleton from this ability can exist at a time. Skeleton has to kill 3, 25%, 20% damage, and deal 25% less damage to buildings as well. Heal and bonus health is now 350 fixed. Mana cost is now 60. Creep max level is 456. So at level 1, you can't take over range creeps yet. But level 2 onwards, you can. The problem with the stream? No, it's fine. Oh, I have a bunch of dropped frames though. Not sure what that is about. Maybe some slight problems with the internet connection. Okay, now Skeleton Walk is an ultimate. Duration is a bit more. Movement speed is now 30, 45, 60. Okay, seems fair. Mana cost is increased a little bit. Cooldown rescaled. 18 seconds across the board, and now summons 2, 3, or 4 burning skeleton archers. You can only have 1 pack of skeletons with this ability. Okay, so you can have up to 5 skeletons. And Burning Barrage, now granted by the Aghanim Shard, also douses enemies in Tar Bomb slow. Cooldown 25 seconds. Range 850, damage per arrow 65%. Okay, it's definitely like going to be a strong shard. How does this overall affect links? Hard to say, but I feel like it should be strong. Like, this is going to help with farming. To get this early. It's only once every 40 seconds though. How long does it last? Doesn't say. This probably has pretty long uptime. Can we see it in game?
Not still ready.
So it has a duration of 45 seconds. Okay, so it has 100% uptime. Okay. So wait, does it get some bonus health, and you get a skeleton. Okay, and you can use it within Skeleton Walk. It's very hard to say whether Klings is stronger or weaker now. Of course, it was quite strong before. So my guess would be it's weaker, but who knows? Clockwork is now universal. Base damage decreased. Okay, level 1 damage is decreased by 4. Damage gain per level is increased by basically nothing at all. So you would need like 100 levels to recover this. But of course, you're now going to scale a bit better with stat items. Power Cogs applies a magic barrier to all units, all allied units in Power Cogs when cast. Knockback duration decreased slightly. And knockback effect now interrupts most forced movement abilities. Okay, so that seems like a big buff. Like, there's like no downside really, except for this, which is not that big of a deal. Rocket Flare and also slows movement speed of his hit enemies by 100% for 0.4 seconds. And Hookshot stun duration, okay, of course, decreased. Okay, of course, losing some of these stats is a bit of a problem. You're going to be less tanky. But this is a big buff. I think it's going to be like a bit of a treading water situation. It's a side grade. CM. Base damage increased by 2. Okay. Damage tick interval decreased. Ooh, this is also mean so you do more damage with frostbite. Doesn't say anything about damage decreasing, so just more damage, more DPS. Freezing field cooldown decreased. Ooh, it's some nice buffs to Crystal Maiden. It's gonna be quite strong, I feel. Darkseer's universal is damage on level 1 is decreased by 4, but its damage gain is improved by a lot. Like how much is that? It's like 1.56 per level, which is huge. So you only need to be level 4 to catch up to your old damage. Also extra base health regen. Oh, but tick interval from Iron Shell is increased, so you do like what is it, like a third less damage? Or is it a quarter? Something like that. So that's of course a big nerf. It's gonna have much better stats. Hard to say whether it's better or worse. My guess is worse, because this is just very important. I'm gonna be right back. I need to go to the restroom real quick. Be right back. All right, we are back. Dark Willow is now a universal hero. Level 1 damage decreased by 4. And the damage per level is basically the same. All right, so this is a nerf, but of course now she's gonna have more benefit from items. So like might possibly be like a buff to Core Willow. But even on Core Willow, you're not gonna build that much stats. Shadow Realm, max damage increased. Okay, low levels, nice. Allied units can now target Dark Willow and Shadow Realm. That's also like a really, really nice buff. You can like 4-staff her and things like that. It's cool. Curse Ground stun duration decreased. Okay. That's some pretty standard stuff. Okay. So that's kind of neat. But I don't think it's going to change that much about Dark Willow, honestly. Bit of a side grade. Dawnbreaker. Starbreaker, of course, less stun duration. Spell immunity with Axe Shard is replaced with Debuff Immunity. Okay, obviously. Solar Guardian, landing stun duration decreased. Okay. Just stuns being nerfed. Okay, so Dawnbreaker is going to be a bit worse. Nothing too exciting there. Now we get to Dazzle. I pour myself a glass of Coke Zero. Hashtag not an ad. But if you do want to sponsor me, Coca-Cola company, feel free to reach out. Okay, so we got damage on level 1 is unchanged. Damage per level is actually decreased slightly. Not that it's going to matter too much. So strength gain is decreased, agility gain is decreased, int gain is decreased. Okay, that's a bit of a problem for Dazzle. Have much worse stats, or just much worse stat gains. Okay, so Poison Touch, the shard gets nerfed, of course. Shadow Wave is now upgradable by Aghanim Scepter instead of the good Juju ability. Allows casting Shadow Wave on enemies to release an inverse Shadow Wave. The inverse wave bounces amongst enemies, dealing damage to them and healing any nearby allied units for 150% of healing and damage versus Shadow Wave. Okay. Dazzle also performs an auto attack on every enemy hit by the inverse Shadow Wave. Ooh, that's like really strong. Like you're getting this sort of Shadow Priest build here. Obviously it's going to be like a much stronger version of Shadow Wave, but is it going to be worth buying Aghanim Scepter for this? Because I don't think core Dazzle is gonna really make an appearance, especially with the level 10 talent from 60 damage to 30 attack speed, which is much worse. So no one's gonna play core Dazzle, I think. So hitting people once is not that big of a deal. So I don't think we're gonna see that Scepter that much. Okay, Bad Juju is reworked. Whenever a unit is affected by Dazzle spells, temporarily lose some armor and can be activated to decrease the remaining cooldown of all other abilities by up to 6 seconds and items by 5 seconds. Casting, it costs health. Each cast increases health cost by 50% for 30, 25, and 20 seconds. Cooldown is 3 seconds, so you can use this multiple times to reduce your cooldowns. Okay, you can cast it even if you don't have enough HP. You just go to 1 HP, so similar to when you're deactivating Armlet. How does this interact with mech? You reduce the cooldown of mech, you still can't cast it again, right? Let's try this.
I cast a long shadow.
So we level up.
Of course. I'm under attack.
Oh, I shouldn't use few spells.
I'm not ready.
Okay, so we buy a mech. We use this, and now
It's not time yet.
cast this again.
Ready. Travel on.
It costs a lot of HP.
Not yet.
It's really expensive on the
Yet.
Okay, and yeah, it doesn't heal now. Okay, so it's not good with mech. So, but some other active items might be good with this. Dazzle also gets bad juju, armor buff for casting bad juju. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Dazzle's gonna be worse with this. I mean, this is nice. I don't think it makes up for losing the hex duration here and having just worse stats. Also, like level 10 talent gets worse. Death Prophet, Spirit Siphon, Aghanim Shard, Fear duration decreased. Okay, that's good. Spirits now deal more damage the closer Death Prophet is to the target. Need to return back to her in order to attack again. Okay. So without any numbers here, it's hard to say whether it's a buff or a nerf, but it seems to be a nerf. Need to return back to her in order to attack again means they're gonna attack less frequently. And so you want to be very close now, because then they return faster and do more damage. But yeah, Death probably seems to be worse now, but who knows? Disrupt this new shard when cast on ground. Thunderstrike now lies dormant, not striking for up to 5 seconds. When an enemy comes within range during that time, Thunderstrike attaches to it. If no enemy comes within range, it strikes the ground. Also increases the number of strikes by 2 and cast range to 1600. That, like, by the time you get, like, Thunderstrike is really strong in the early game. Like, it's very strong in lane. But later on, it's just not that useful of an ability. And yeah, extra 2 strikes and huge cast range is nice. It's like really good for disabling blink daggers and such from long range. But it doesn't seem too exciting to me. Glimpse, min damage decreased from 50 to 25, max damage decreased. Okay, so it gets a bit of a nerf there. A kinetic field, cooldown increased. Okay, so like some like modest nerfs to Disruptor. He was like a very popular support. Doom, Infernal Blitz stun duration decreased. Pretty standard stuff. Okay, all the stuns reduced, and scepter radius decreased slightly. Okay, it's minor enough to Doom, doesn't change too much. Critically though, the duration of Doom is still the same, so it's not like a stun, but it's like a pretty strong disable as well. That gets to remain the same. So that's nice for Doom, but yeah, just like slight nerf in general. Dragon Knight, strength gain increased. Okay, well, Elder Dragon form applies corrosive breath or frost breath effect corresponding to the current form. Okay, that's cool. But flavorful, and of course, Dragon Tail gets a bit of a nerf. It's also gonna make Meteor Hammer worse on Dragon Knight, because like level 1 is no longer really gonna be enough to get off a Meteor Hammer, and even with max level, it's not gonna be like super reliable. Like if someone has like a BKB or something, they can get away. So that Meteor Hammer build is going to be much worse. Probably don't want to buy Meteor Hammer anymore on Dragon Knight. Okay, Draw Ranger. Okay, Hypothermia effect is now on the Sceptance of the Shard. Bonus damage per stack increased from 5 to 15. Max stacks increased from 7 to 9. Okay, so it's just quite a bit stronger, but it's on the Aghanims. The Shard now has a new ability, Glacier. It creates a hill of ice beneath her, pushing enemies away from it. Any unit that stands on the hill gains 175 bonus attack range and high ground advantage. Ooh, okay. They cannot miss and gain flying vision. Ah, I clicked on it. The front of the hill obscures vision and cannot be moved through. Ooh, that seems pretty strong. 25-second cooldown is not that long either. That's pretty cool, like extra attack range. Pushing enemies away. And you can't see through the front of the hill. You can't move through there either. That seems really strong. Of course, losing access to the early frost arrows, like the cheap, like this cheap hypothermia thing, it's gonna hurt, but it's also like a pretty strong Aghanim's. And this seems very nice. So I don't know if this is gonna be a nerf or a buff to draw on in total. Hard to say. But yeah, like 15 damage per stack with 9 stacks, that is a lot of damage. A lot of region reduction as well. Seems like honestly a good Aghanims. And one you probably will get early-ish. Okay, lots of changes for Earth Spirit. Okay, the shard gets reworked. Now you get more stone remnants as you level up. That's kind of cool. Boulder smash, bonus damage against creeps. Rolling boulder, stun duration decreased, as is tradition. Rock bonus stun duration decreased. Okay. Geomagnetic grip can now target allies with a shard. That seems pretty strong. And enchant remnant duration decreased. So seems like some nice buffs to Earth Spirit in total. Earthshaker, fissure stun duration decreased. Okay, as expected. Aftershock stun duration is, they call it rescaled, but it's just reduced, except for level 1. Damage is a little bit higher at max level. Yeah, of course, this is going to make Earthshaker a bit worse. Elder Titan, base health region increased from 0.25 to 0.75. Okay, minor buff there, whatever. But yeah, Echo Storm sleep duration decreased. Damage rescaled, so it's more damage at max level. Okay. Yeah, whatever. It's a bit of a side grade, a bit more region. Numbers a bit worse. Ember Spirit base armor increased by 1. Okay, taking literally no damage. Let's queue up the meme. Flame Gun now stacks with other sources of magic barriers, and magic absorb decreased a bit, but on total it's still going to be much better because you're a hero, so you already have 25% magic resist. So if you factor that in, you're, even if no other source of magic resist, you're still absorbing more. So Ember Spirit definitely getting buffed here. Enchantress. Aghanim Shard now also increases the maximum number of enchanted units from 1 to 2. Ooh, Shard actually good now. Because like the little friend stuff is just like, it's a bit gimmicky. It's not really worth getting a Shard because the money in Ench is already quite tight. But now we get extra enchanted unit. That's kind of cool. So this in combination with the little friends, I think is going to make the shard very worthwhile. So yeah, Enigma is now a universal hero. Okay, so he gets 4 less base damage, but he gets a bit more damage gain per level. Stats remain the same. So he gets an extra 0.66 damage. So it's going to need 6 levels. So as soon as he's level 7, he's going to have about the same damage. And at that point, you don't really care that much about Enigma right click anymore. So this damage part is actually a nerf, but you get extra base mana region, which is big on Enigma. Of course, Malefice gets slightly worse. as well as the shard stun duration. Yeah, this is pretty big, so I think in total that's going to be a buff for Enigma. Of course, being a universal hero, so it's like a big bonus because all the kind of items are going to be stronger. Voidless Face, time lock duration decreased. Okay, that's it's actually not that little. Then we've got Chronosphere duration decreased. Okay, but not by very much. Now freezes ability and item cooldowns of anyone trapped in Chronosphere. And the prolongs duration of time dilation for units trapped in Chronosphere. That's cool. Does it also do this to allies? Does anyone trapped in Chronosphere? So I guess it would also freeze allies. But of course, on these two things taken together, are of course a big buff, even if it does affect allies. But of course, having less stuns is gonna hurt as well. Of course, Void is also not gonna get stunned as much, and Void is a hero that's pretty vulnerable to stuns. If stuns are shorter, you can like time walk off more damage. That's also something that has to be considered. Grimstroke, Inkswell has less stun, obviously, a bit more movement speed bonus. Actually, a lot more at level 1. Cooldown decreased as well, so that's, even though the stun goes down, level 1 Inkswell is going to actually be a lot stronger. Because the stun only goes down by 0.1 seconds, but you get an extra 8% movement speed. And cooldown is also shorter. By 3 seconds. Ooh, Dark Portal Illusion is now a strong illusion. Okay, now I have Debuff Immunity with 95% magic resistance. Okay. So it's going to be really tough to actually deal with this illusion. Because you have this normal debuff immunity stuff, you get 95 magic resistance, which is much more than like BKB gives, and like most debuff immunities give. So nice buffs to Grimstroke. Although like level 4 is gonna hurt. Like going from 3.5 seconds to 2.8 seconds, that's a big nerf. And like level 4 Inkswell is not gonna be like, it only gets extra 2% movement speed, and duration is cooldown is the same. So level 4 Inkswell is definitely nerfed quite a bit. But Dark Portal is gonna be insane. Gyro, of course, less stun on the missile, cooldown increased. Okay, another nerf there. Agony shot area of effect decreased. Okay, a slight nerf there, not that big of a deal. Black cannon duration increased. And max attacks also increased. Okay, that's some nice buffs to carry Gyro. Yeah, so like this, like support Gyro is going to be weaker definitely, but carry Gyro doesn't care about this stuff too much. Like, yeah, stun is always nice, but this is more significant, so carry Gyro definitely getting buffed here, and of course, carry Gyro used to be like really weak, so it's nice for him. Hoodwink, okay, less stun obviously, and okay, nothing else changed. Huskar. Agony Shard no longer allows to cast Inner Fire while disabled. Spell immunity while leaping replaced with Debuff Immunity. Okay. Okay, so a little bit of a nerf to Huskar. Okay, so it's not going to be Huskar who gets the 0 int always treatment. In Joker gets, of course, freeze duration decreased, Chaos Meteor Agony Shard upgrade removed. Effect moved to level 20 talent, okay. It's now EMP that gets upgraded with the shard. Multiplies burn damage by 1.5, makes it pull enemy units into its center at 100 units per second. Okay, that's kind of nice. Not gonna change too much, I think. IO is now universal. Level 1 damage decreased by 6, also a little bit less strength gain. And he gets a lot more gain per level. Like, whoa, that's like a pretty big. It's like 0.9 extra. So he's gonna catch up pretty fast. Okay, and the spirits with the Agnum Scepter ability, the ability can now be activated to explode the spirits, after which they begin spawning again. Ooh, cooldown is decreased by 50%. That's kind of a cool buff. I hope they actually removed the bug for ability draft where spirits would work on illusions. Which was pretty dumb if you got like spirits plus juxtapose or something like that. But I don't know, they don't say here. You don't really care too much about damage on IO, so except for the laning stage, where you get less. So if you are able to make like a core IO work, it's gonna be stronger with this because you get so much more from the stats. And you can also like afford an Aghanims. But for the regular support IO kind of thing, it's actually a little bit worse. Shakira, of course, less stun duration. Liquid Fire has a bit more burn damage, actually quite a bit more burn damage at level 4. It has a 25% damage penalty versus buildings. Still, like you do 50% more damage, and it's reduced by 25%. You're coming on ahead here. Macropire mana cost increased ever so slightly, plus 10 mana. Damage per second decreased. Okay, that's a good nerf. This ability was kind of ridiculous, but it's only slight nerf there. Liquid Frost no longer applies a mini stun. Okay, that's another nerf. Yeah, Shakira like slightly worse, but still gonna be pretty good. Juggernaut gets 1 base damage. Okay. Spell means you replaced. Okay, he got 80% magic resistance there. Omni Slash cooldown decreased, and Swift Slash gets a bit of a buff. Juggernaut's basically not seen recently, so nice to give him some buffs. Coddle of the Light. Blinding Light is now once again a basic ability. Damage increased, radius decreased though. Cast range gets rescaled, lower at level 1, higher at max level. Mana cost, it gets decreased a little bit in low levels, in cooldown rescaled. Okay, so what do you lose here? Okay, Solar Binder requires Spirit Form. I think this might be a buff to Coddle. It's like having Blinding Light as a basic ability is really nice, actually. It's really nice in the laning stage. Will-o-wisp sleep duration decreased. Okay. This is actually gonna be like a pretty big deal. It's gonna make it much easier to take down Will-o-wisp. Yes, this is definitely gonna hurt, but these two in combination I think are a little bit of a buff to Coddle. We'll see. Okay, Tidebringer is no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. Okay. Ghost Ship stun duration decreased. Torrent Storm now targeted with a 900 cast range and 1100 radius. I think that makes it better. Okay, this doesn't change too much for Kunkka. Legion Commander. Overwhelming odds is now centered around the hero. Doesn't increase movement speed, instead gives attack speed. It doesn't require the ability to hit any enemy. So you always get this. You get a bit more radius, but it's of course centered around yourself, which makes it a bit worse. But like 600 range is pretty good. Ooh, automatically triggered upon the dual cast if not on cooldown. Does not consume any mana. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Also gonna make Legion Command a bit easier to play. Gonna be cast during the duel. Okay, so if it's in cooldown, you can cast during the duel. That's cool. Get all this extra attack speed during the duel. That's really strong. Aghanim Shards duration decreased from 15 seconds to 8 seconds. Okay. Not actually sure what the shard was. Press the attack doesn't increase attack speed anymore. Instead, gives the movement speed bonus. Okay. It actually makes it stronger as a save. Because you can like remove stun from someone and then they can run away. Dual duration decreased slightly, as is to be expected. Okay, so I think this is quite good for Legion. I think it's gonna make us stronger. Basically, always gonna have the overwhelming odds in a duel, and 150 attack speed is no joke. And make it quite a bit easier to get duels. Leshrak. Stun duration decreased, of course. Alright. Lich, Frostblast, movement slow. Decreased from 30% to 25%. Okay, slight nerf there. And when cast a non-ancient creep, it lasts twice longer. So it doesn't mean twice as long or 3 times as long. I'm always not sure whether people are using this correctly or not. And deals 250 damage per second. Okay, so you basically like insta-gib creeps more or less. Like, should be enough to kill almost all the creeps. And like duration is okay. So yeah, if you use like level 1 Sinister Gaze, it's gonna do like 550 damage to a creep. Okay, that's not enough to kill bigger creeps. But with max level, it's gonna do 1,000 damage, which is enough to kill most creeps, at least. Yeah, of course, in total, a bit of a nerf. I guess you can use Sinister Gaze now for like farming creeps and whatnot, but it's not that big of a deal. Sort of similar to how like a maiden can kill 1 creep at a time in the jungle, especially with her freeze thingy. Lifestealer, spell immunity replaced with debuff immunity. Okay, 80% magic resistance. It's kind of nice. Lina also taking literally no damage. LSA, stun duration, of course, reduced. Cast range increased, though. Flame Clock now grants max fiery soul stacks and activation. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Yeah, maybe it's time for Spellcaster Lina to make a comeback. You can go like a Dagon, which is now a really good item. Maybe like you open with like a little bit of Spellcastery stuff, and then you get like an Aghanims, and then maybe late game you transition to right clicking. Could be good. Lion. Let's not spoil ourselves for Lone Druid yet. Damage increased. A little bit on Earth Spike. Stun duration, of course, decreased. More projectile speed, but quite a big difference there. Mana cost is lower at level 1 and higher thereafter. Hex gets a little bit of extra cast range, and of course duration decreased. Yeah, so of course a hero that's so much about disable is going to suffer a little bit, but he gets some compensation for that, so I feel like it's a bit of a side grade more or less, but this, about the same overall strength, I would say. Okay, now we get Lone Druid. He's universal now. Level 1 damage is decreased by 4. The damage is a complete joke now. 34 to 38 damage on this hero. Like 36 base damage. It's so low. But of course you get a bit more per level now, and it's like 1.1, which is quite good. So during early learning stage you're gonna do less damage, but of course your like branches and whatnot are gonna give you more bonus damage. So if you like say you start with like 5 branches, that's already an extra 3 damage. Because each branch now gives 1.6. No, actually no, it's 1.8. You get 1.8 per branch now. So if you get 5 branches, you're already back to where you were before. Okay. You get a little bit less strength gain and like a lot less agi gain, but a bit more int gain to make up for it. Not that you care about int at all on Lone Druid, but you know, it's damage, whatnot. Is this gonna make Lone Druid viable as a right click here with like building items on the hero? Probably not, but maybe. Like his agi is not going to be that high, but like being universal is like really good if you build like stat heavy items. You can build like you build like treads, you build like a few wraith bands, you build Dragonlance. Maybe you build Manta, which is now a bit better than it used to be. Maybe we can make this work. But just like for the regular Lone Druid stuff, it's not going to change too much. Savage Roar duration decreased. That's actually kind of big. Like level 1 going from 1.1 to 0.8. That's a big nerf. Agony Shot ally bonus attack speed decreased and ally bonus move speed decreased. So that's a nerf. So these nerfs are kind of hurt. So my guess is that Lone Druid is a little bit weaker now than he used to be. Yeah, of course it's gonna be like a little bit less tanky because you got less agi gain, less strength gain. His right click damage is a bit higher, but that doesn't matter that much. Unless you wanna really buy items on the hero, which I don't think you have enough to really make that viable. We'd need to see the return of some good like talents for that to really make a hero-focused playstyle viable again. All right, Luna was less stun duration, Lucent Beam. Attack. Excuse me. My voice is kind of giving out. Attack damage bonus for allies decreased. Ooh, that's so much lower. But Luna now receives 200% of the attack damage bonus. Okay, so level 1 you get the same damage, but the allies get less. In higher levels you get more. So with this maxed out you get 42, and your allies only get 21. Okay, that's probably a bit better for Luna. You don't care that much about providing damage to your allies. DBH? I guess nice in the lane and such. But... yeah, level 1, of course, Lunar Blessing is going to be worse. We're probably going to see people actually prioritizing leveling this up even higher. Yeah, maybe we're even gonna see builds where they only have 1 level in Lucent Beam. But probably 2 levels still gonna be the standard. Maybe nothing is gonna change much for the heal build. Will we go like Lunar Blessing, Lucent Beam, then maybe like another level of Lunar Blessing, or 1 level in the glaives, and then you max out Lunar Blessing, maybe, or glaives, depending on how much you value just jungle farming. Well, we definitely have a bigger incentive to max out Lunar Blessing. It's like 40 damage is a lot, actually, early on in the game. Lycan is now universal. His strength gain is decreased, his agi gain is decreased, his int gain is also decreased. Damage level 1 is decreased by 3, and his strength gain is actually decreased as well, slightly. But of course, he's gonna benefit more from stat items, which Lycan doesn't really want to build. Wolves get a bit cheaper to compensate for your lesser int, which is gonna make the early game a little bit easier, because your base int is still the same. Then Howl is now 40 across all levels, which is probably a slight buff there. Also, fierce enemy controlled units, non-heroes, for 2.5 seconds. That's cool. Howl now fear. I guess new fear is not global at night. Only attack, armor, and attack damage reduction are. Okay, but still, it's kind of like a cool little bonus against. Does it work against illusions? Would be nice to know. If it works against illusions, it's actually like really nice and like singling out like the real Phantom Lancer, for example, or the real Naga or whatnot. Not sure if Lycan better or worse in total. I guess you get more creeps to dominate, and creeps are going to be a bit stronger. Even though Helm Dom and such is a bit more expensive. Probably doesn't change very much for Lycan's balance. Magnus the Great now is universal. Okay, so he's got less strength gain, less agi gain, as well as less int gain. All across the board being dropped. He's got 5 less level 1 damage. And damage gain per level is increased by 0.4. So you do care actually a decent amount about your damage, especially base damage because of Empower. So this might actually be really nice for Magnus. Might bring back more Empower focused builds. Because like if you get some stat items, you're gonna do a lot of damage with Empower. Shockwave. Mana cost decreased. Okay, Aghanim Scepter. So this is like gonna compensate a bit. Actually, like in the early game, you're gonna have gonna be able to spam Shockwaves quite a bit more. Because it's just 10 mana less, but you know the int gain doesn't matter that much at lower levels. But at higher levels, it's gonna be a bit more restrictive. Aghanim Scepter is removed. Now upgradable by the shard, increases range by 400 and raised by 300, and causes it to return to its original cast location after reaching max length. Ooh. That's a strong shard. Of course, it replaces Horn Toss, which is also quite strong. But Horn Toss is now an Aghanim Scepter. Now stuns again instead of slowing, and damage increase as well. So this is quite nice. Okay, and up here, of course, a bit less stun. I think in total, Magnus might be a little bit stronger, especially like higher farm priority Magnus, where you really do care about your right-click damage with Empower. Because now universal is just much easier to get bonus damage, or like increase your base damage rather, so you can get extra bonus damage. Of course, you're also going to attack a little bit slower. You're going to be a bit less tanky. But I think I like those changes for Magnus. I think he's going to be a little bit stronger with this stuff. Marcy is also on universal now. I don't know. I feel like Marcy should be a strength here, right? That's like defining characteristic is really strong. But okay. Base damage decreased. So level 1 damage is decreased by 4 to 2, 4 minus 2, what? From okay, so the min damage is decreased by 4 and the max damage by 2. Okay. So 3 on average. And she gets 0.3 extra damage per level. And of course, going to benefit more from items. From stat items, rather. Bit more damage from Dispose. How much do they reduce her stats? Yeah, like 0.4 to int and 0.6 to strength and agi. Ban this communist Nazi in chat. I assume it's a joke. And I don't ban people for their political affiliation. Didn't even read patch. What big so far? Map big. Fresh haircut, indeed. Okay. Minimum jump distance decreased. Okay. Ooh. Aghanim Scepter pauses and also silence for 1.5 seconds. That's pretty neat. Yeah, hard to say how this really affects Marcy. Guess if you're playing like carry Marcy, it's gonna be better because you're gonna get a lot of bonus from stats items. But I don't really know enough about Marcy to really be able to confidently predict how much this is gonna affect Marcy. Let's move on to Mars. Of course, a bit less stun, standard stuff. Dusa gets... Ooh! Dusa has the 0 strength and strength gain decreased from 1.5 to 0. Int gain increased. Are you sure you're not playing a single game today? It is actually 5 AM. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, so this is kind of crazy. Mystic Snake mana cost decreased. Ooh, it's gonna be so spammable to start. Like, what? 80 mana? Because that's nothing. Whoa, that's so cheap at the start. Okay, Mana Shield is now a passive ability. It starts with 1 level of Mana Shield and the ability can be upgraded up to level 5. Ooh, okay. Absorbs 98% incoming damage in exchange for mana. Increases the base mana. I'm not working tomorrow. And I also don't work at a school. So shield absorbs 98%. So I do actually have like some work in the afternoon, some tutoring, but should be fine. Bonus mana 200 to 300. Damage per point of mana 3.2 at max level. Now if hero has mana shield ability, the mana bar will be visible to enemies. Okay. Also absorbs HP loss type damage. Okay, but you can no longer turn it off, which is potentially problematic, but you also get more int, you get more mana. And like this is so nice for the early game. Especially since you're already going to have mana shield from the start. Ooh. Of course, the fact that you have no HP is going to be a thing. It's like, yeah, wand is definitely gonna be important on do sets, or is a really good item. But yeah, that's gonna be so strong on Dusa. Okay, so the duration of stone form is decreased rather than decreasing the amount of time you're stoned. Minus 340 HP. Your math is wrong, sir. Strength is now 22 HP per point. Yeah, it's hard to say how this is gonna affect Medusa on the whole, but I think she's gonna be stronger. All this bonus mana is nice. Damage per mana gets stronger though. I think it's a bit stronger. I'm not sure exactly about the numbers, but I think it's a bit more per mana. All right, Meepo. Poof can now be put on autocast. If it's an autocast state, when cast on target, all other Meepos also cast Poof to the target automatically if able. What? Okay, so it's they're all gonna poof in at the same time, so it's gonna make Meepo easier to play. When cast on the ground, all Meepos except the selected one poof to the location closest to the nearest Meepo. Targeting autocast on one Meepo changes it on all Meepos. Okay. Divided we stand, Agony Shard upgrade removed. Dig is now on the shard. Duration is decreased to 3 seconds. Also less HP reduced, but like still the shards, that's very nice. And the Aghanim now is the Mega Meepo. Primary Meepo mounts all other Meepos in a 600 radius around him on top of his shoulders. On this form, he gains 50% of the other Meepo stats and can fling them at enemies. This is funny. Dealing 225 damage and slowing them by 60% for 3 seconds. While active, Earthbind generates additional nets, and Poof deals bonus damage based on the amount of Meepos riding on top. This is actually like a nice top tier meme. Casting Dig cancels Mega Meepo, has no mana cost. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, they added a lot of extra objectives. I have no idea how to evaluate this. Like the old chart was like really strong as well. It just basically meant you no longer needed to go blink, or at least blink was a lot less urgent. Now you're gonna need the agonyms to be able to fling meepos. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is gonna affect meepo balance. This of course is gonna make meepo a lot easier to play. Okay, Mirana is now universal. So she's got level 1 damage decreased by 4 on average. And her gains are gonna be a bit weaker. So if you're not buying many stat items, it's definitely gonna be weaker. Okay, Starstorm is a little bit cheaper. Same for Arrow. Shard now does not break Moonlight Shadow. Invisibility. Ooh, that's nice. The Aghanim Shard, the ability can now be put on autocast to make it ground and vector targeted, allowing you to choose the distance and the resulting blast direction of the jump. Oh, that's like a nice quality of life thing. Are the stacked meepos hidden inside of him? I assume so. What's a universal hero? Universal heroes get damage from all 3 stats, but they get 0.6 from each, instead of 1 from just 1 attribute. Of course, that's like much stronger than just having a single attribute, which is why all these universal heroes get nerfs to their base damage and stat gain. Okay, so the Shard is going to be really strong, but assuming that Mirana is still going to be played as a support, this is going to make her, I think, a little bit worse. But maybe core Mirana is going to make a comeback. You build stat items on her. This patch indeed is very wild. So yeah, maybe core Mirana is going to make a comeback. Could be nice. Monkey King. Okay, less stun duration, obviously. Jingo Mastery. Less life to level 1, but more at level 4. Also, damage going to be more at level 4. So I feel like Jingo level 1 is already kind of weak. Now it's even weaker. Yeah, also like lots of nice buffs to creeps. We already read those. Okay. Morphling, extra 1 base strength. Okay, taking literally no damage. Attribute shift. Attribute gain no longer grants agility. And Aghanim Shard bonus agility moved to adaptive strike. Okay, you also no longer get bonus strength gain. Bonus strength rather. Adaptive strike now gives bonus agi and bonus strength. Okay, stun max of course reduced. Does it make it better or worse? I think a little bit better, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what kind of builds Morphling players do these days. I was under the impression that they actually do max out adaptive strike. I'm not sure though. Morph, Scepter. Now steals an additional 20% of all stats when targeting universal heroes. Whoa. Seems really strong against universal heroes. Okay, then we have Muerta added to Captain's mode. Dead shot, ricochet, fear duration decreased as expected. The silence duration on calling is decreased. Okay, by half a second across the board, and duration also decreased. That's a nice nerf. I think this is probably the strongest ability for Muerta. Pierce the Veil has an Aghanim shard. Now upgradable by, okay, grant 30% lifesteal for the duration of Pierce the Veil. Muerta permanently gains 2% spell amplification every time she kills an enemy hero during Pierce the Veil, or any enemy hero dies within 925 units. Okay, so more infinite scaling. I don't actually like that. Is that a good shard? Probably. Like 30% spell life steal on Muerta is no joke. You do so much spell damage. Some sort of connection problem with OBS apparently. Seems like I'm still streaming. Okay. Hopefully everything's all right. Okay, so you separate them from the physical body for 4 seconds. The soul is pushed 150 units on separation. It is untargetable, muted, disarmed, and invulnerable. Body stunned for the duration has 50% damage reduction. After this effect, the soul is forced to return to the body. So I was actually right that this refers to Muerta. Forcefully return to the body, which applies a strong dispel, removing negative debuffs and stuns. Soul survives until the end of the effect, even if the body dies. Does not deal damage to allies, and Muerta can't target herself. Okay. So basically, you stun someone for 4 seconds, but they take 50% less damage if they're an enemy. And if you can also use it to sort of like save allies to make them take less damage. You're also stunning them for 4 seconds, so that's perhaps better on enemies. And that's 300 damage. So that seems reasonable. But if you like playing Muerta as like a mid or a carry, as I think she should be played, you probably don't want to buy this. I'm not sure if this is strong enough. Of course, it's like a lot of disable, and like disable is going to be that premium now with all the disables being nerfed across the board. Huh, okay. So I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, this is going to be a nerf, and so like Muerta was very strong, so she gets a bit of a nerf before she gets added to Captain's mode. It's actually wild that, you have this tournament going on and then suddenly new hero is available. Naga Siren. Base health region decreased by 0.25. And now you can target sleeping and invulnerable units even without Aghanim Scepter. Okay, so you can do it during the during your ultimate, which is kind of nice. Riptide damage decrease. Okay, bit of a nerf, and okay, no one cares about Relin. Okay, so like slight nerf to Naga Siren. Nature's Furion. Sprout cooldown increased. Okay. Makes sense. Bluff my pillow and sleep, so you're only gonna stream later. Okay. It's not that late where you are, right? Or are you? You're on the West Coast, right? So we need to go to sleep right now. Nature's Call. Tree and duration decreased from 60 to 50. Damage decreased. Okay, no longer provides bonus damage per unit. So like a lot of nerfs. Like whoa. Cooldown increased on teleports. Mana cost increased. Oh, we get extra attack damage. Wait. After teleporting, Nature Prophet gains 12 stacks of bonus damage. 6 damage per stack. Every attack turns a stack of Attack damage in the stack granting 1 armor. Duration 15 seconds. Okay, so you're like stronger after you teleport in. With next level, that's gonna be 72 damage at the start. That's kind of cool. And you get armor when you lose those stacks, but like everything else gets nerfed. You know, and get the Wrath of Nature bonus damage. So across the board, I think Nature's Prophet is going to be quite a bit weaker, which I think is perhaps appropriate. Necrophos movement slow is okay. Nothing changes very much there. It doesn't matter too much. Death Seeker is reworked. Necrophos turns into a fast-moving, large death pulse flying towards the target position at cast time. Once he reaches that position, the death pulse spreads to nearby enemies and allies. Cast range 750. Can be blocked by Link Sphere. Ooh, so it's like an inbuilt like Blink Strike basically. That's kind of cool. Solves Necrophos's mobility problems. Of course, the old Death Seeker was really strong as well. So I'm not sure if it's better or worse. But it's definitely interesting. Yeah, it's basically like Sven Axe. Night Stalker. Axe reworked makes Void an area targeted spell, applying its effect on all enemies in a 450 radius. Even if the invisible and Fog of War, also creates a void zone in the chosen area for 5 seconds. While he's in the void zone, Night Stalker's abilities are empowered to the nighttime vision. Okay, so it's kind of like the, or like a bit similar to the puddle that Slaughter puts down. Okay, are people gonna get that Aghanims? I don't know. Like, I feel like Night Stalker build is like pretty tight. You can't really afford to go for an Aghanims very easily. Because like you need a blink tag, you need a BKB. You probably want to have something like a like an Echo Saber or an Armlet early on if you can afford it. You're gonna get your shard, so it's a bit difficult to afford an Aghanims. And the old Aghanims, of course, was also quite strong. But honestly, I think this is actually a little bit better. Because now that it's targeted, you can also like use it at a greater range. And you can use it on invis units and even units in Fog of War, which is also a big deal. Alright, Nyx is now universal. He gets minus 0.4 agi gain as well as for int. Damage level 1 is actually increased by 3. Woo. What? You get so much more damage. Right click Nyx incoming? Like, whoa. There's so much more right click damage. Okay, you no longer have mana burn. Impale now deals damage on start of being impaled instead of on landing. Okay, it's not a big difference. Narration decreased, of course. Mind Flare is a basic ability replacing mana burn. Deals damage to the target equal to 2, 3, 4, 5 times its intelligence, plus 30% of damage dealt by Nyx to the target in the past 15 seconds. Okay, so like you hit someone with your Vendetta and you impale and you Mind Flare them. 800 cast range, 100 mana cost, very low cooldown actually, only 4 seconds. Whoa. This is kind of like we're getting into the soul assumption territory here. What is this damage per level? It's not a new thing. It's just like it's just summarizing the changes to these universal heroes, so you can see how much damage they get per level just from like normal stat upgrades. Yeah, just from the sum of their stat gains, you know, multiplied by 0.6. Ooh, when that now removes 50% of the target's mana on hit. Ooh. That's actually pretty big. Whoa. Like, this is such a strong buff to Nyx. What? Yeah, okay, the stuns are getting nerfed a bit, but like, how much damage is this actually? So let's say you have 50 int. Let's say you have a little bit more here. Let's say you have like 80 int when this is maxed out. So 5 times 80, that's 400. And let's say you dealt like another 500 damage. That's another like 150. That's a decent amount of damage for like a very low cooldown ability. Yeah, the update is pretty big, obviously. Yeah, I feel like Nyx is gonna be so strong. Like, yeah, you lose like a little bit of stat gain, but like, who cares? You get like in lane, it's gonna matter that you get like quite a bit more right click damage. And like Nyx is gonna be legit. I do have Dota client open. You literally see it down here. Yeah, I don't want to demo. If I demo everything, it's gonna take twice as long. I want to get done with this. Ogre Magi, primary attribute changed to strength. Okay. Ogre is gonna be the 0 int guy. Okay. That's cool for the memes. Base int decreased from 15 to 0, okay. Can I demo Meepo shot? Alright, let's look at Meepo shot. Game plan already update. Yeah, the Meepo shot is nothing special, it's just the old dig ability. Like slightly nerfed. But the Agnes is the interesting stuff. Alright, let's get an Aghanims. To the Mega Meepo. Like this.
The shadow spreads.
Yeah, they swapped it around. Shard is now dig. And the Mega Meepo thing is a scepter. So let's buy some stat items, some reasonable stuff. We're gonna have like a Skadi. We're gonna have a where is we have a Dragon Lance? I don't know, to Wraith Band, something like this is perhaps now not unreasonable. So how does this actually work? So if we here, oh, wait. Oh, this one doesn't proof what?
Thanks and have fun.
I actually don't know exactly. Like, what I thought this would do is if you can, like, you know, blink in and just do the combo. Yeah, actually, okay, just blinks all of that. So this is the nice thing that makes Meepo easier. Is Meepo Universe? What? What are you even talking about? So right now I've got like 3k HP. I've got let's get some stuff in here. I don't know. whatever. So I've got 3.2k HP. I got 156 damage. Let's use Mega Meepo. Got a lot of stats now. That is actually so much. But when you fling these guys out, you lose some of these stats. He's still edgy hero. He's not a universal hero. Alright, so this looks cool on Meepo, but see how that plays out in strength, plays out in practice. Okay, so Ogre's got more strength, but he has no int. Base mana increased to 120. Base damage decreased. So he used to have really high base damage, now it's lower by 10. Dumb Luck is a new innate ability. Max intelligence is 0. Ogre Magi receives 6 points of maximum mana and 0.03 mana region per point of strength. Okay, so he gets, so like strength functions as like half an int. Each 20 point of strength also increase multicast chance by 1%. Okay. So we've got like 60 strength to get an extra 3%. You've got 100 strength to get an extra 5%. Okay. And of course the stuns get reduced. So let's also test this out. This is like also a big change, so see how this feels. Of course, losing all that base damage is like a big deal. Wait, you have 70? Oh, it's the base damage without stats. Base damage without stats. Okay, so you still have 70 damage level 1. This is still like amazing. Okay, so you got 258 mana, which is probably a little bit less than before, but not that bad. And like with 4.2 strength gain, you effectively have like 2 points. You effectively have like 2.1 int gain, which is like pretty close to what you had before. And you have more base mana. So I mean, let's say we're level 7.
Where'd that money light come from? Good idea.
Okay, so we go from like 70% to what does it actually get displayed here? If we that much of strength? No, it doesn't display it here. But yeah, so we've got oh, it doesn't directly show. Oh, down here it shows the strength. So we got like extra 2% chance to get multicast. And then if we level up to level 12, whatever. Now we've got like 69. Nice. So it's extra 3%. So upgrading our triple cast chance from 30 to 33. That's not a huge deal. So level 18, we've got at least 96, and with a couple of items are going to be above 100, so it's like plus 5%. And like increasing our quadruple chance from 15 to 20% is a pretty big deal. So I think if anything, this is the buff to Ogre. We have like a little bit less mana to play with, but you're also going to be tankier. So Seems like a good change for Ogre. And like just for the memes, it's like nice to have him have 0 int. Omnite, Degen Aura ability removed. And Hammer of Fury is now upgradable by Aghanim Shard. Allows Omnite to be healed for 30% of damage dealt by Hammer of Purity every 6 seconds. Omnite's next attack automatically fires a Hammer of Purity at the target. Okay. Seems like a decent shot, I don't know. And then Guardian Angel, Aghanim Shard additional duration decreased from +3 seconds to +1 second. Okay. So, like, this is a nerf to the Aghanim Scepter, but it's not really going to change Omnite too much, I think. Yeah, this is like a trailer for the new patch. I'm going to be right back. Okay, so I believe I am going to imbibe a bit of an alcoholic beverage to get me the rest of this list here. So people probably, if people have watched me through my window, they probably think I'm a complete degenerate, or drinking beer at 6 in the morning. But actually, it's very late. Okay, Degen Aura. Okay, we got Oracle here. Fate's Edict now only disarms enemies. Alright, that's like a big buff. What do I drink? It's beer. It's a style of beer called Helles in Germany, which is basically like a which is basically like a lager. Not Budweiser. Okay, you know how the old joke goes. How is American beer like making love in a canoe? It's fucking close to water. Okay, Oracle. Now only disarms enemies. Now only provides magic resistance to allies. Okay, coolness increased, but like this is like a huge buff to Fate's Edict. Also gonna make it easier to use. Huh. Okay, I mean, cooldown is increased like a little bit, but not that much. And well, making love in a canoe and American beer, they're both fucking close to water. With the word fucking either used as an just as like an expletive intensifier or as used in a literal sense. So it's not that deep. Okay. So Ben and Henry sitting in a tree, Kissing. Okay, so shard upgrade, remove the Aghanim Scepter, grants 0.5 seconds fade invisibility to the target as well as 0.25 improved BAT as well as spell amp. Whoa. That's cool. So you can now like use False Promise also as like a aggressive option. Like you save someone at the same time also make them attack fast and do more spell damage. So it's strong on cores, both like magic damage cores and physical damage ones. Reign of Destiny now granted by Aghanim Shard, damage heal per second decreased from 60 to 40. Okay, getting like 2/3 of an Aghanim's on a shard is pretty good. Pretty good. So I think like Oracle is gonna be much stronger with these changes. Like whoa. OD. Axe Scepter upgrade removed on imprisonment. Now Essence Flux is going to be upgraded by the Aghanim Scepter. Damage that brings OD below 20% health triggers a strong Dispel. Ooh, okay. Additionally, OD consumes all of his mana to provide a damage barrier equal to 50% of his maximum mana. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, only get this once per 60 seconds, but this is like a really good save. But do you want to get an Aghanim Scepter just for that? But it's like really good at saving yourself. The old axe was strong as well, so that will be missed. Insanity Eclipse now does damage to all units, treats units without mana as if they had 0 mana. Yeah, that means that, you know, utility OD is no longer a thing, really. Yeah, meme members I think is still strong. And also like they didn't nerf the Astral Imprisonment duration like they did for most disabled, so that's also nice for OD. Yeah, I think meme member is still very strong. It's like a little bit nerfed, I guess, but not that much. So yeah, I think OD back to just right-clicking. And of course, the right-click build was already pretty strong in the before the patch. Yeah, this is like a really nice ability to save yourself. On a right-click OD, you're not gonna get this like very early, but like if you get an Aghanim's buff from Roshan, it's really gonna be very good. Yeah, they changed Tama around a bit. Like it's not even clear whether it's a nerf or not. They did some changes. Yeah, if you get this from like Aghanim's Blessing, it's really good. Or as get this like a little bit later, not like as your first, second item. Then again, BKB is weaker now, so maybe get this instead of BKB. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I guess people have to experiment with that. Angoli is now universal. Base damage decreased. Okay, so his damage level 1 is decreased by 3. And damage gain per level increased by, well, 9.4. Sorry, by 0.94. Okay. So, but you don't really care about right-click damage that much on Pango. You get a bit more base armor, so you're a bit tankier in lane. Later on, of course, you're gonna have less armor because you get a lot less agi gain. As soon as you're like level 3, you're gonna already have less armor than you used to. But you're gonna have a bit more right-click damage, I guess. Shield crash, damage decreased. Mana cost decreased as well. Overall, probably a nerf. It's not really separating things. This is like all like spell immunity doesn't exist anymore. It's now called debuff immunity, which means you, while debuff immunity lasts, you can't be disabled from stuff that doesn't pierce debuff immunity, and you don't take pure damage or what's the other one, or return damage. Okay, rolling thunder, stun duration decreased, cooldown increased. I think overall it seems like a nerf to him. Yeah, BKB is definitely quite a bit weaker now. And I love it. Also, it's a bit less necessary because most stuns get nerfed. Or pretty much all the stuns get nerfed. Okay, yeah, I think Pango is gonna be a bit worse because the right click damage is not really gonna help you. You're gonna be less tanky because you're missing so much armor. Okay, then it's Phantom Lancer. Base attack range increased. That makes sense. Like from a lore, he's got a lance, so he should have a bit extra range. Spirit Lance, Aghanim Shard upgrade move to Aghanim Scepter. Spirit Lance now bounces twice on enemies, prioritizing heroes. Can also bounce back to the original target. Also increase slow armor by 10 and Spirit Lance illusion damage by 40%. Yeah, I mean the old shard was amazing. So having that as an Aghanim with like a slightly stronger version seems fair. But now we get a Juxtapose upgrade with a shard. So you can activate Juxtapose to create one illusion at Phantom Lancer's location, giving him instant invisibility. Ooh! It's like a callback to when you would go invis with Doppelganger. Yeah, DK stun is reduced a lot as well. Yeah, pretty much all stuns. I think it's all stuns actually, and also some other disables got nerfed. And like different stuns got nerfed by different amount. So this shard is also like really strong. Like just getting extra invis on the hero is always nice. In fact, the Aghanims was not something that people really built that much, so like splitting it up like this is, I think, really, really nice, and extra range also very nice on PL. So I think PL is gonna be quite a bit stronger. Also, you wanna buy Yasha anywhere on PL, which is stronger now. Also, Diffuse has an upgrade now, so that's an item that's gonna be benefiting PL a lot. So yeah, I think PL is going to be really strong with these changes. Phoenix now universal. So damage on level 1 decreased by 5. And a bit more gain per level. Not that it matters really. So Phoenix doesn't really care about right clicking, so like they loses some strength is actually make this a bit of a nerf. Sun is already rising. Yeah, I mean it's 6 a.m. Okay, and of course duration here on the stun reduced. I think I'm gonna get on that Chen grind. Chen has got like some ridiculous buffs. Chen is like, I think it's gonna be completely overpowered now. Primal Beast. Cast point decreased from 0.15 to 0. Ooh, that's actually big. Duration decreased, obviously. Max challenge time increased. Okay. So it's like you're gaining 0.15 seconds here, but you're losing 0.2 here if you want to get the maximum channel. And min charge distance decreased, no longer reduced by damage block. Wait, what? Onslaught was reduced by damage block? Didn't know that. Polarized now pastes debuff immunity. Hit damage decreased. So this is like a pretty big, obviously. That was like the big downside of Primal Beast, that he couldn't do anything against BKB. So it's a little bit less damage. Stun duration, of course, decreased, but not by that much. Cooldown increased. Yeah, but still, like, this is such a big buff to polarize that you can live with this. Rock throw stun duration, of course, reduced and no longer reduced by damage block. Rock throw was reduced by damage block? What? So weird. Didn't know that. So on the whole, Primal Beast, I think slightly stronger. Puck, int gain increased. Okay. Shard is also plus 20 bonus damage to Puck's attacks. What? Are you serious? I think Shard was already quite good. Illusory Orb mana cost decreased. Waning Rift. Scepter removed. New Scepter here on Dreamcall. The Dreamcall breaks stun duration decreased, of course. Now upgradable Aghanim Scepter. All enemies affected by Dreamcall are attacked by Puck every 0.6 seconds. Attacks originate from the Dreamcall Center and do not require Puck to be nearby. Like, Puck is gonna be like a really strong right clicker. Like, this is a pretty big thing. Bit more stats. So like Puck, I think it's already like a decent right clicker. You like start like with your Witchblade, and I think this hero is actually like a really legit right clicker now. I don't think you're gonna see like a carry Puck, but like sort of semi-carry-ish Puck from mid lane. I think it's gonna be quite strong. Putge, meat hook, projectile speed increased. Okay, makes it harder to dodge hooks. Now can be heard in Fog of War though. Ooh, that's a big nerf. Rot Aghanims of the bonus damage decreased from 95 to 90. Good nerf. Aghanim Scepter region reduction decreased. Okay. Good enough. The Aghanims was like ridiculous. Dismember cast range increased. Duration decreased. Duration and creeps decreased as well. Yeah, Pudge definitely gonna be, I think, quite a bit weaker with these changes. Like, this is a big thing. Like, yeah, like this is nice and all, but if you can hear the hook coming, it's gonna be much easier to dodge. Because now you're always still going to have this little bit of heads up warning that, you know, a hook is coming from somewhere. Pugna, decrep, and targeting allies herself no longer increases magic damage taken. Ooh, that is big. And it instead provides incoming heal amplification. Like, what? That's such a big buff. Healing for allies is no longer based on the damage dealt by life drain. Okay, so if you've got like damage amp, it no longer heals your allies more. Carry patch still relevant though, but they're also nerfing the Aghanims. Like Aghanim is still gonna be strong, but it's gonna be a bit weaker. I think Pugna might be really strong now. Like this is big. Also, with the big buff to Dagon, that's like a good Pugna item, obviously. Previously it was rather marginal because Dagon just in general was really crap, but now it's actually a good item. I think Pugna is going to be quite a strong hero this patch as like a mid laner. Co-op of Pain, Shadow Strike, adding this up to Scream of Pain emitted from Shadow Strike, expiring now also damages the target. Alright. That's a nice little bit of a buff. I think Co-op is still going to be quite weak. Razor. Static Link cooldown rescaled. So it's 50 at level 1 now and 20 at max level. Seems like a decent change. Still Razor I don't think is that strong right now. Sleeping Dart ability removed. Thank you. Okay, Smoke Screen has an axe shard upgrade. Enemies in the smoke screen have their armor reduced by 7 and cannot be targeted by their allies. Ooh. Can they be targeted? Can they target themselves? So can you self-force staff? I mean, you're an ally to yourself, so I don't know. But let's test this. After the icky.
Carry a sharp knife.
The shadow spreads.
We're gonna get a force staff.
As you bid.
And we're gonna get a
Here I am.
shard. Okay, you can still force stuff yourself.
As commanded. I must.
You can't do this anymore. Okay,
At your service.
that's kind of cool. Obviously, it's not as strong as the old shard, but it's kind of cool. And Cloak and Dagger now gives an experience bonus for kills and assists. Okay. So basically, we're bounty hunter now. I don't like this actually. This is kind of treading on bounty hunters' territory. But of course, it's a buff to Ricky. But yeah, this just losing Sleeping Dart, I think, is the big thing here. So this is like, I guess, incentivizes more of like a core Ricky playstyle with the Sleeping Dart removed. Not sure if it's enough though to make core Ricky viable. Like Defu is like indirectly buffed, which is nice for core Ricky. So maybe we can make it work. Rubik, the Grand Magus. Of course, the stuns are going to be reduced. Nothing big there. What? I said clearly treading on bounty hunter's identity. That is exactly what I said. What are you talking about? Sand King is now universal. Damage level 1 is decreased by 2, so not a big deal. And it gets actually a lot of damage. Rubik, the Grand Magus. I mean, Sand King doesn't really care about directly damage that much, but you know, I guess if you get a bunch of bonus damage, it's not bad. Also, he doesn't lose any stats. Like most of these universal heroes also lose some stats, but Sand King doesn't. This is like just like a straight up buff. Because like, yeah, you get like 2 less base damage, but like just get a couple of stat items, and that's already cured. Like if you just get like 2 circlets, that now gives you what is it? 4 times 1.8. So it's like you get like 0.8 you get like 0.8 more for each stat. So if you get 4 stats, you get 3.2 more, and that then means you already have more on level 1 than you used to. So yeah. So big buffs here. Okay, stun of course gets reduced. Now applies the current level of caustic finale to enemy heroes, even without Agnum Scepter. Ooh, that's kind of cool. It's only to heroes, but yeah, that's still a nice bonus. It also kind of encourages you to like maybe not skill Sandstorm in lane, or only put like 1 level into it. Get like some sort of combination of Burst Strike and Finale. Because it's like a decent amount of bonus damage at the start. Yeah, Chen buffs are insane. Sandstorm now gets the upgrade from Agnum Scepter. Every 0.2 seconds creates 265 radius burst strike spines at random locations. What? Each one stuns enemies and deals damage equal to the current level of burst strike. What? Maybe I'll hit Immortal now? Yeah, that's exactly what I said when I read those changes. If they don't buff, if they don't nerf Chen, I'm definitely gonna hit Immortal. Okay, so this seems like really strong. I mean, yeah, the old Aghanim's upgrade was also strong, but like this is like insane. Like, how do you fight inside of Sandstorm now? You're constantly getting stunned like in random locations. Like every 0.2 seconds, that seems pretty strong. Let's test that out. Alright, we'll level up a bunch here. And we get wait, was this Scepter or Shard? This was Scepter, right? Yeah. We'll get a Scepter.
With this scepter, I extend my rule.
Okay, it doesn't actually stun that much, but still, it's like, look at this. This is pretty nice. Cornucopia is all perseverance, exactly what I said. Obviously, this guy's a level 1 hero, so like this is so much stun. Like, look at this. It's so good at controlling an area. And down to the old Yongun Dota 1 build now. Well, the old Yongun Dota 1 build would be like, don't buy any starting items and then just buy a Ring of Health and side shop. But obviously, since it's 1200 gold, you're not going to do that. Or also, something that's also what I also did was just buy a Ring of Region and 2 branches. My starting gold. Yeah, this seems really strong. I think Sand King is going to be really strong. Okay, like you get like a little bit of a reduction of the stun, like actually a lot of reduction. Like 0.4 seconds, even level 1. But you always get the caustic finale. This is like Even like level 1 Caustic Finale is already a 14% slow. So how long does it actually last? Doesn't say here. Yeah, it's like 70 damage and 10% max health damage. That's not bad at all. Like if you've got like you're level 2, you get Burst Strike and Caustic Finale. That's like you're basically doubling the damage from Burst Strike. That's insane. Did I know that abilities like SK Axe always spawn the initial stun in the top right 4th quartile of the circle radius? I did not know that. It randomly places a pop in every quartile. The repurposed CML. Okay. Didn't know that. So yeah, Sanking I think is going to be really strong. Veil, yeah, Veil is going to be really strong. I still think you want to get Blink Dagger. Maybe like Veil, Blink Dagger, and then Ags. Alright, Shadow Demon, the 7-minute cooldown decreased, whatever. Demonic Purge damage increased. Cleanse Aghanim Receptor max charges decreased from 3 to 2. Okay, like the Aghanim was pretty strong. But Cleanse Heal increased. Okay, so still like a bit of a nerf to the Aghanims, but yeah. I think Shadow Demon is like, these are some solid buffs to him. Also the duration of his whatever it's called, his Q is not decreased like most disables, so that's nice. Disrupt, that's what it's called. Yeah, because Shadow Demon actually has an ability called Disrupt, but Disrupt doesn't have one. It's kind of confusing. Okay, Shadow Friend. Shadow Race no longer slows turn rate and hit. Thank you, Mr. Lizard. Necromastery stacks lost on death decreased from 40% to 30%. Okay, I'm fine with that. Aghanim shots fear duration decreased. Okay, could be decreased even more. Presence of the Dark Lord. Every enemy hero killed near Shadow Fiend further improves the armor reduction by 2 for 20 seconds. Duration is refreshed with each hero kill. Okay, so you kill like a hero, you get extra 2 armor reduction. Kill another hero, quickly thereafter it's 4. I guess it's kind of nice flavor. Requiem of Souls, fear duration per soul. Okay. So in total, I think Shadow Fiend is even going to be stronger than he was before. Like, okay, this is a bit of a nerf, but still going to have the movement speed slow. So yeah, I think Shadow Fiend is going to be even stronger. Although like a big nerf to Shadow Fiend is the change to Arcane Blink. That's gonna actually hurt Shadow Fiend a lot. But if you just go for more like a right-click oriented Shadow Fiend, he's still gonna be the same. You're just not gonna have this completely overpowered Arcane Blink old thingy. Shadow Shaman. Ether Shock. Targets increased. Ooh, we get 3 targets right on the start. That is big. Hex duration rescaled. Okay, of course, less duration there. But also costs less mana, except at max level. Okay. Should use that, put that info thingy up here, not down there. But also cooldown decreased. Okay, so we get some compensation for the reduced stun duration. Also, actually, Lord 1 is even going to be better. Slightly. Shackles costs less mana at lower levels. Of course, able is less. But you don't care about that too much because like you usually not gonna get like a full duration shackle off anyway. Like you're not gonna shackle someone for 5 seconds usually. So this doesn't matter too much. Scepter no longer increases Serpent Ward's attack range. Okay, bit of a nerf to Scepter. But I think on the whole, Shadow Shaman actually gains a little bit from this these changes. I mean, like, yeah, that's gonna hurt a bit next level. But you get some compensation. Like level 1 Hex actually is now like really good. It's like 50 mana, it's nothing. It's actually insane how little mana that costs. 50 mana for like a 1.3 second disable? Not bad at all. It also starts up with 12-second cooldown only, so not bad. Skywrath Mage. Arcane Bolt now leaves behind a debuff for 5 seconds and increases Skywrath Mage's spell lifesteal against the target by 20, 30, 40, 50%. Ooh. Okay. You get a bunch of HP back. And Mystic Flare duration decreased from 2.2 to 2.0 seconds. Okay, we're getting a bunch of spell lifesteal, so on the whole, probably a buff. Ladder, Slithering Crush, stun duration decreased. Damage increased slightly. And Bash of the Deep, duration also reduced. So yeah, this is gonna make Slaughter a little bit worse. Where is Universal Blink now? I mean, if Universal, you can just choose one of the 3 blinks. Slark, Dark Pack damage decreased. Okay, slight nerf. Actually, is it even a nerf? Like, it also means you do less damage to yourself. I mean, it doesn't change very much. Depth Route, cast range decreased to 600. Okay, like slight nerf to Slark, but Slark also benefits a lot from the item changes. Like, both Echo Saber and Diffu are like strong candidate items on Slark, and both of them now have an upgrade, which makes them a lot more viable. Snapfire is now universal. She loses a little bit of strength gain, quite a bit of agi gain, and a very slight amount of int gain. 4 less damage level 1, and her damage per level is 0.4 higher. So that's gonna make her a little bit weaker. But Fire Snap Cookie impact stun duration is decreased as well. And then Spit Out stun duration also decreased. So yeah, she just straight up worse. Bevorstehende Einnah, well, so bevorstehend means something like imminent, something that's gonna happen soon, and Einnah, I don't know exactly what the word is. It could be Einnahme, which would be like conquest or something like that, or it could be Einnahmen, which would be like income. I don't know. And for your information, Bewölkt means cloudy. Okay. So yeah, just Snapfire is just going to be straight up worse. Sniper. Yeah, just like Windows pushing some news on me. Yeah, but what I think is probably something about something in Ukraine getting conquered, some sort of city or whatever. I have no idea. Sniper, Agnum Scepter stun duration decreased. The figures, concussive grenade. Damage increase from 25 to 200. I mean, not that the damage makes too much of a difference, but you know, it's nice. So yeah, Sniper not changed very much. Sniper does want to buy what's it called? Dragon Lance pretty much always. So that's nerfs a little bit, but once he upgrades to Hurricane Pike, it's gonna be the same. Spectre, Desolate no longer ignores evasion. The attack must now land for Desolate to deal damage. Okay, nice little nerf. Dispersion, Aghanim's Shard upgrade removed. Or sorry, reworked. Allows to activate Dispersion to increase damage reflected by it by 100% for 5 seconds? Oh, only increases the outgoing damage, doesn't mitigate the incoming damage. That's like, for a second there I thought it was going crazy, like become invulnerable for 5 seconds? Like what the fuck? Only increases outgoing damage. Okay. Mana cost 50, cooldown 25 seconds. That'd still be nice. Nice like luxury kind of upgrade. Not even sure what the old dispersion was. Whatever. Yeah, I think Spectre will continue to be a strong hero. Spirit Breaker, Charge of Darkness, stun duration decreased, Gadabash decreased, Planar Rocket, self-magic resistance increased from 25 to 75. That's got a lot. Yeah, you can also combine it with Blade Man as well, so then you get like 200% reflection, basically. Okay, yeah, Spirit Breaker is just gonna be worse. Also was auto-casted daggers from taking damage. Probably also pretty good. Storm Spirit, Static Remnant, radius increased from 260 to 300. Okay, a little buff to Spirit. Duration decreased on Electric Vortex, as is to be expected. Overload, damage. Okay, max level is a little bit less, so that's a nerf. And the big indirect buff to Storm Spirit is just that all the stuns are weaker. Yeah, like 200% if you count like everything with the passive from Blademan and so on. Or is it 185? No, I don't know exact numbers, but also of course the reflection from Spectre is only gonna be 100% in a fairly small radius around her. Go away. By the distance you get less reflected damage. Yeah, I think Storm is gonna be just fine. Sven, Stormhammer damage decreased at lower levels. Stun of course also decreased as well, and by quite a bit. Like it's even level 1, it goes down by 0.4. So like level 1 Stormhammer is much worse. 15 less damage and 0.4 less stun duration. Oh, so it's 205%. Okay, yeah. Potato potato. Great cleave damage increased to 40% level 1. That's kind of nice bonus. Also gets extra strength. Ooh, that's gonna be like a really strong value point. Get like 40% cleave and 2 strength for just a single skill point. Warcry cooldown increased. Okay, Warcry was really strong, but only at lower levels cooldown is increased, and duration actually increased. They're buffing Warcry? What? How can you buff Warcry? It's already so strong. Guess what I'm gonna be picking in ability draft? Yes, some really nice buffs to Sven. Also, Sven likes building Echo Saber, which is like indirectly buffed by having an upgrade now. So yeah. And yeah, Warcry Shard is you know, so insane. Yeah, just like a nice armor boost to your team, as well as having the underspell with Warcry. It's very strong. Of course, this is gonna really hurt like support Sven. Party game AD with viewers? Not today. Not today. But yeah, like carry Sven is gonna be like get like a big bonus to this. Also, just like the fact that the map is bigger now means that heroes that farm fast are gonna get a bonus indirectly from that. Because you're no longer gonna have the problem that you run out of space to farm. There's gonna be so many camps on the map, so much space on the map, that heroes that clear camps really quickly have an advantage. And Sven, of course, is the poster child for that. Techies is now universal. I don't like that. Techies, I feel like, really should be an int hero. Okay, so damage on level 1 is unchanged and gets like about +1 damage per level. Reactive Taser Aghanim Scepter upgrade moved to Aghanim Shard. Effect is unchanged. Whoa, that's so strong. That is so strong. What? Made more objectives for aggressive teams to take control of, right? Yeah, but like here, like Sven is also good at fighting. He doesn't need like a huge amount of farm to fight, really. Like as long as you have your ultimate, you can basically always contribute to fights. You've got like a stun, you do a ton of damage. It's like a hero that can farm. That you can farm really fast, but you can also participate in fights if you have to. Not like you need to hit some specific item timing before Sven is strong. I think Sven is actually going to be like a really strong carry in this patch. Yeah, Alk doesn't really farm creepers that fast. So he's got a bunch of other buffs though, so I think Alchemist is going to be just fine. Okay, so reactive taser on a shard is going to be insane. It's silence with stunning shard felt better actually. Okay. So what is a new Aghanims? Okay, it's the minefield sign. Increases effect rate to 1,000 and duration to 4 minutes. An enemy hero gets within 200 units of the sign, the entire 1,000 radius area becomes a minefield for 10 seconds. What? Enemy units will take 300 damage for every 200 units moved. Minefield area is visible to enemies once activated. Sign is destroyed after the minefield expires. What? That seems insane. Wait, what? Okay, proximity mines, magic resistance reduction debuff now stacks independently. Wait, proximity mines have a magic resistance reduction debuff? Didn't know that. Okay, blast off now stuns enemies instead of silencing them. Okay, I mean that's in the early game, like 0.8 second stun is not going to be that much, but like 1.4 seconds stun in the late game is probably better than the longer silence. I'm not sure though. I didn't know. I'm not a Techies player. And like no one plays Techies pretty much. I like not no one, but not that many people. Yeah, this seems really strong. Like also just making universal like like an extra 1 damage per level. He doesn't have any downsides. This hero is strong. Okay, TA gets to be like an actual kind of sort of ranged hero. 200 range. Making him have 50 more range than the standard melee hero. Still less than some long range melee heroes. Refraction, mana cost rescaled. Okay, it's 90 across the board. That's going to be a bit stronger. Side trap. Now, trap ability can be set to auto-cast mode. In this mode, the ability springs the trap that is closest to the cursor rather than the one closest to Templar Assassin. Okay. Okay, so... Alright, so you can use like your helper ability to detonate the trap that's closest to your cursor. That's actually a nice quality of life feature. Not that it's that important, but you know, whatever. Finally, the stupid box selecting the TA has been solved. I don't know, I haven't read Wizard yet. TB or not TB. Reflection now slows attack speed as well. Reflection is already a really strong ability. Like anyone who plays ability draft knows that this ability is kind of cancer. Demon Zeal. Attack movement speed increased from 50 to 65. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of movement speed. Also gets like increased when you're melee form. Terror wave speed duration decreased. Okay, whatever. Tide Hunter. Anchor Smash, mana cost rescaled. Okay, so you need a little less mana later on. Level 1 you need slightly more, but it's not a big deal, so it's a buff. Attack bonus damage increased. Ooh, okay, like extra. Okay, it's just extra 5 damage across the board. Not a huge bonus. Ravage, of course, gets less stun duration, but also mana cost reduced. At least at level 1. Okay. Honestly, at this point, I feel like, do you even wanna upgrade Ravage to level 2 before you max out the other stuff? Because you're only getting an extra 0.2 second stun, and you're almost doubling the mana cost. On a hero that often is kind of tight on mana. And like all 3 of your basic abilities really like to be maxed out. The universal hero thing is so massive, something the game really needed. I mean, it's massive, but I don't think the game needed that. I actually really don't like this change. But let's see how it plays out in practice. But like for the most part, these universal heroes are heroes that don't really want to right click anyway. So I don't know. Timber Sword now is universal. So he's got damage level 1 is decreased by 4. And his gains are down a bit. So he loses 0.6 strength gain and 0.6 agi gain. Okay, reactive armor gets an Aghanim's upgrade, can be activated to gain max stacks and a 200 HP barrier. This barrier gains 100 HP per second and increases by 75 HP per second for each enemy hero within 600 radius of Timber, so up to a maximum of 800. Ooh, doesn't count illusions. After 8 seconds, Timber loses the barrier and deals damage to every hero within 600 range equal to 200 plus the remaining barrier HP. That seems pretty good. I mean, you're losing the double chakram, which was also really good, but this seems quite strong. This seems quite strong. Wording Death makes universal heroes lose 5% of each attribute. How much does it regularly reduce? Timber Saw.
Trees? What do you mean there's trees out there?
Okay, 10%. So Gonna be like arguably a little bit stronger against the universal heroes. So is Timbersaw going to be stronger or weaker after this? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. I'm just gonna miss those extra stats. And like the shard, this scepter seems pretty strong, but the old one was also quite strong. So I'm not sure if this is actually better. Tinker has base agi increased by 4, agility gain also. Like, are we buffing Tinker now? Okay, laser cooldown increased, but like, who cares? It's Tinker. Heat seeking missile cast range decreased by 500. Oh, that's kind of nice. Damage increased though. Like Tinker is already like really cancerous in pub games. You're playing as good Tinker player. So on the whole, this seems like a buff. Maybe like this is gonna hurt a bit. And Agi, of course, not that relevant on Tinker. So I revised my earlier opinion. I think it's actually a slight nerf to Tinker, but I would have liked to see a bigger nerf. Tiny grab cooldown increase. Okay. Cost cooldown increased. Grow bonus armor increased. Okay, some extra armor, high levels. Bonus damage increased. Ooh, okay. So I guess they're like nerfing the sort of active, pos 2 through 4 tiny and buffing like carry tiny a little bit. Rune Protector, just talent changes, battle trance. Now caster can use items during the effect. Ooh, that's kind of big. Okay, but what items do you actually use? Like, I don't know. There's not actually that many items you would really need to use during the effect, but it's kind of nice bonus. Tusk, just talent changes. Actually, no, it's snowball. Duration decreased. Duration decreased. Snowball speed also decreased, so slight nerfs to Tusk. Underlord. OD offlane? I don't think so. I think he's... I think OD just has to be mid right now. Like, you want to play him as a right clicker. Perhaps you can even play him carry. Underlord. Firestorm mana cost increased. Oh, Ogre Magi. Oh, sorry. OM is Ogre Magi. Okay, okay. Yeah. Ogre Magi core. So many ogres here. There we go. I mean, why is he a core now? Don't really see it. Like, he benefits more from strength items, but benefits less from like plus all stat items. He become tanky now. Like a little bit tankier. Yeah, it's like plus 0.9 strength. It's not that much. Like level 11, you've got an extra 9 strength, which is nice, but nothing huge. Okay, let's go down here again. Where were we? Underlord. Firestorm mana cost increased. Okay, that's a decent nerf. Atrophy aura duration is now less at max level. I like it. And Fiend's Gate cooldown decreased. Or whatever. The treads and braces and stuff give you more damage and mana. Do you want to go for braces though as an ogre? I don't know. It doesn't feel like a very strong item on ogre. Like maybe like one for the laning stage. But I feel braces is kind of weak these days after all the nerfs. Undying. Tombstone is now has an Aghanim shard upgrade. Allows up to one allied hero to bunker inside of the tombstone. Ally can bunker by pressing the right mouse button on the tombstone while in 350 radius. Bunkered units cannot leave the tombstone for 3 seconds after entering. Unit that left the tombstone cannot re-enter it for 3 seconds. If Undying decides to enter the tombstone while another ally is inside, the ally is forcefully evicted. Undying also receives the grab ally ability, which bunkers a hero to the nearest tombstone. What the what? What happens if you bunker inside the tombstone and the tombstone dies? Are you just released, or what happens then? Seems a bit weird. Bunker is the Aghanim's labyrinth thing. Okay. Look, it's kind of nice to be able to save people temporarily. Groups didn't. Oh, you just like get a radiance and hide in the tombstone. Okay, and obviously that's not going to be very relevant in real Dota. So it doesn't seem to have any sort of cast time or anything, so that's cool. It's just the only downside is you cannot leave for 3 seconds. We can leave though if Undying forces you out. So yeah, this is like a really good save. Okay, Flesh Golem, Aghanim Shard removed, but cooldown increased by 15 seconds. This seems cool. Venge is now universal. She's losing a lot of stats. Like she's losing 0.6 strength gain, 0.12 agi, that's so much, and 0.3 int. Damage level 1 is unchanged, and damage gain per level is actually slightly lower. Magic Missile, of course, gets a little bit less stun duration. And by a little bit, I mean 0.3 across the board, which is kind of big. And Vengeance Aura damage bonus decreased. Of course, Vengeance Aura is going to be like really good on a universal hero. Because you can get so much base damage if you just get stat items. Okay, so I think in the whole it's not going to change very much. Venomancer is now universal. Like that's something that like fits a hero like Venomancer or Venge. But some of these heroes that became universal, like for example, why is Marcy universal suddenly? Doesn't seem to make too much sense. Okay, Venomancer. Damage level 1 is unchanged. He gets a bit more damage per level. And his stats are reduced by a decent amount. Poison no one has a passive ability granted by Acceptor. Creates a ring of poison upon death of Venomancer or any enemy hero infected with a venomous gale. Also triggers a venomous gale dispelled from an enemy hero. Ooh, okay, that's kind of cool. Enemies hit by the poison nova take non-lethal damage over time and have the magic resistance reduced. Okay, okay. Yeah, for heroes like Nyx, Veno, Venge, that makes perfect sense. Or like Io, for example. But like Marcy should be a strength hero. Yeah, I don't like Universal. Just feels like change for change's sake. But of course, we don't see how it plays out. Yeah, I mean, how good is this? I have actually no idea. Too many numbers. Who knows? Noxious Plague, new ultimate ability. Oh yeah, okay. So Poison Nova is now just the Scepter, and the new ultimate is Noxious Plague. Infects an enemy with a deadly plague that does an initial burst of damage and additional damage over time based on the unit's max health. Enemies in a radius around the target are slowed, with values decreasing the further you are from the affected enemy. The target dies or the debuff expires or is absorbed. Well, what does is absorbed mean? All nearby enemies are affected with a non-communicable version of the plague. Okay. Getting into some technical terms here. Duration 5 seconds. There's so many numbers. Yeah, I have no idea how good this is. Guess you have to see how good that is in practice. Yeah, my brain does hurt a little bit. Seeing how it's almost 7 a.m. Viper Strike cast range increased. Okay, that's kind of a big buff. I like it. Visage is now universal. Base damage, whatever. So you lose 0.4 strength gain, 0.3 agi gain, and 0.5 int gain. With 1 damage is decreased by 5. Ooh, that's gonna make last hitting a pain. Damage gain per level is increased from 2.9 to 3.48, so... Yeah, but of course if you get a bunch of stats at the start, it's not going to be that bad. So yeah, maybe now we just do the wand plus branches opening. Because it's going to be like a lot of stats. Okay, Grave to mana cost decreased from 100 to 90. Also, by the way, like Visage, I think is properly fits into being an int hero. I don't think he needs to be universal, but okay. Grave to mana cost decreased from 100 to 90. So Assumption also a bit cheaper, just to make up for the fact that we've got less int gain now. But it's actually going to make our laning stage nicer, because this stuff costs less, but in the early game we're still going to have almost the same amount of int. 8-3 in Thai peppercorns. So spicy. Yeah, why did you do that? Void Spirit is now universal. Okay, so let's actually think about this a little bit more. Okay, so stone form duration. Okay, stun duration is decreased. Okay, so Visage gonna be doing, aside from like the very early game, a bit more right-click damage, which is nice. Yeah, laning stages are gonna be like a little bit smoother in terms of mana costs, even though we can have slightly less damage. We don't really buy much in the way of stat and Visage anyway, so but that's not gonna make a huge difference, but it's kind of nice. No action required to press Alt and Viper. Yeah, that's the range is actually so low, 500. It's like less than your attack range. But yeah, on as far as Visage goes, I think it's gonna be like maybe slightly stronger. A big downside though is that Wraith Pack is no longer in the game, and that was like a strong option on Visage. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's still gonna be worth it to go for Vlad's. Now that Wraith Pack is gone. Maybe it still is. I have to see. But okay, on to Void Spirit is now universal. I mean, I can see why Void Spirit will be universal. Little damage on level 1 is unchanged. Also, attributes completely unchanged. So that's like a big buff. Damage gain per level is also increased by a huge amount. Pull duration on Ether Remnant is decreased in line with the other stun nerfs. Resonant Pulse now stacks additively with other sources of physical barriers. Yeah, that's like also like the Resonant Pulse is now being like reductions are going to be applied to it before it goes to the barrier, so it's going to be a little bit stronger. So I think Void Spirit is going to be really strong. Also, the fact that stuns in general are weaker now. So yeah, it seems amazing. Warlock, Shadow Word, Aghanim Shard upgrade removed. Up people is now upgradable by Aghanim Shard. Creates an imp for every 2 seconds of channeling. These imps last 15 seconds and have 17 to 18 damage, 300 health, 1 armor, and Eldritch Explosion passive ability. When killed or expired, imps explode, dealing 60% of the max health as damage to enemies within 400 radius. Imps continue to seek out the closest visible and attackable target, but can be controlled. Okay, seems kind of neat. I don't know how strong it is. And of course, the stun on Chaotic Offering gets removed a little bit or reduced a little bit. Okay, well, it doesn't matter, change too much. Weaver also taking literally no damage. Shukuchi's Aghanim Shard mark duration increased from 6 seconds to 12 seconds. Okay, whatever. And general attack cooldown decreased. Ooh, that's actually kind of big. And it's no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. This is a pretty good buff. Pretty good buff. Weaver, I think, is looking pretty strong. Also, another one of those heroes that's like elusive, so benefits from there being less stun. Wind Ginger now is universal, also taking literally no damage, and her strength is going down slightly. Her int is going down quite a lot. Damage on level 1 is decreased by 5 on average. Damage gain per level is barely up. But like, does it maybe at this point become viable? Just like play Wind Ranger as like a mid hero and just build some stat items in there? Possibly. Improved projectile consistency. Okay, sometimes Shackle Shot is weird. It does seem like a huge universal stat enjoyer, yes. But of course, like losing a bunch of stats here is also a problem in that regard. Also, Wind Ranger actually has a 1.5 base attack time, so she's actually a good right clicker. Now that she's no longer held back by being an int hero, especially. Yeah, Difu like could be a good item on her. Especially now that Difu also offers you an upgrade. You're not dead end item anymore. Okay. So what do we have here? Now always shackles the closest target binding are shackled. Okay. Belt duration decreased. And latch duration also decreased. Okay, fair enough. Power shot does more damage. Wind run, Aghanim Scepter no longer blinds enemies. But now it reduces physical damage taken by Wind Ranger by 50%. That is pretty big. Like 50% damage reduction is definitely a lot stronger than 40% miss chance. Do I own any pets? No. Yeah, I think the Wind Ranger might be quite strong. Of course, like as it is, the Wind Rangers don't really like buying stat heavy items, but maybe it's gonna change now. Winter Wyvern is also universal now. So she loses 0.3 strength gain, 0.2 agi gain, and 0.8 int gain. The level 1 damage is decreased by 3 on average, and it's 0.3 extra damage per level. Winter is also one of these heroes that could potentially just be played as like a semi-right-clicking kind of hero. As Winter's Curse. It's like a nice right-click ability, and like Arctic Burn is actually like really strong. So Arctic Burn, health burn rescaled from 6, 7, 8, 9 to 4, 6, 8, 10. Ooh, okay, so it's gonna be worse at start. But at max level, it's gonna be slightly stronger. Splinter Blast, Splinter's particular speed increased. Okay, slight buff there. Then Winter's Curse, of course, duration is going to be reduced, but not by much. Like, it's only 0.25 seconds. That's not big. Much less than most of the other disabled durations. Do you play Winter's Survivor now as like a cost 3 or something? Because you... she actually is a pretty good right clicker. Like you go some sort of what's it called, Witchblade or something like that into Aghanims. You can actually do a lot of right click damage with her. Like Arctic Burn is really legit right click ability. Like it's like one of the best abilities in ability draft. You've got like Arctic Burn going for you. You've got Winter's Curse as like it's also works well with the right clicks. And then you've got this fact that you're a universal hero with like good attack range. And her stat gains are not that great, especially agility gain is fairly low. But still, just being universal is like a lot of extra damage if you build some stat items. So maybe. Witch Doctor, paralyzing cask, base damage increased from 40 to 50, and stun duration decreased. That seems fair. We've got Wraith King. Okay, of course it gets less stun duration. Vampiric Spirit lifesteal is increased. It's okay, 20, 30, 40, 50, but half versus creeps. And skeletons only 35% less damage to buildings. Big diffusal bias. Yeah. I mean, just previously this diffusal was just so weak on, like, even like a Naga Siren would not buy diffusal because it's just dead end item, right? But now, of course, it's gonna buy it. Okay, so we got more lifesteal, skeletons do less damage to buildings. Okay, they're still good against buildings, but a bit less good. Yeah, Sven is gonna be, I think, like really gonna be loving that. Wraith King. So Mortal Strike gets more crit damage. That's appreciated. Reincarnation cooldown is okay. So it's less level 1, but more on higher levels. Okay, can I be cast by Wraith King himself to die and resurrect if he has the necessary resources? Okay, that's like a nice idea. Now always spawns 1, 2, or 3 skeletons to attack each nearby hero when reincarnation triggers. Okay, so there's like 4 heroes nearby that just gank up on you and kill you. So you're gonna, if you have level 3 reincarnation, you're gonna spawn 12 skeletons. That's gonna be pretty annoying. Diffusal Visage? I don't know. Maybe. I guess I'll have to try out. Aghanim Sudden now also reduces cooldown by 40 seconds and respawn time of every hero dying under its effect by 10%. Ooh, it's gonna make Aghanim so strong. Ooh. That's pretty good. Problem with Wraith King is, like, he farms decently fast. I guess if you go for like a Radiance or something, you can farm pretty fast, like with Radiance plus the skeletons. You can probably farm pretty fast and make use of this large map. Maybe Wraith King is gonna be a thing. And then finally, the very final hero before I can go to bed. Zeus. No more static field ability. Arc Lightning base damage is decreased by 5, 10, 15, 20. Now also deals... Okay, so Arc Lightning gets the static field basically put in there. So that seems really strong. Like, whoa. Diffusal Lichen? Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. But like, I feel like the Helm of the Overlord timing is just so important. I don't know if we can fit a Diffusal in there. But maybe you can make like a right-click Lichen work. You go like Diffusal and like maybe you go for something like Diffusal, Echo Saber is also a possibility. You can get like Armlet, maybe Mask of Madness. There's like a lot of these like mid-range damage that could be strong on Lichen. Maybe if you combine that, you can combine that with the ability of like upgrading some of these items. Maybe you have something there. But okay, let's talk about Zeus. So Arc Lightning now gets static field inherently, which seems really strong. Like, okay, you lose like a little bit of damage, but that's so much more damage you gain there from the 3, 4, 5, 6% of current enemy health as damage. You just like max arc lighting first, and you just do so much damage. As a lone druid player, I hate this because this is just strong against the bear, but okay. Lightning bolt mini stun duration decreased from 3.3 seconds to 0.25 seconds. Okay. Heavenly jump always moves Zeus forward now. No longer increases enemy cast time. Okay, so this is like a little bit like slight nerf, but also makes it a bit easier to use. Lightning Hands, a new passive ability granted by the Aghanim Shard, increases Zeus' attack range by 100. What? Why do you care about attack range on Zeus? Zeus' attacks create arc lightnings. Okay, that's why you care about the attack range. They deal 50% of its damage. Illusions deal 20%. Okay, okay. Do you want this really? I mean, right click Zeus? I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. I feel like for the most part as Zeus, you just like want to stay as far back as possible, cast your spells. Mandastar Zeus? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, and the whole I think Zeus is gonna be quite a bit stronger. Just like this is so big that you no longer have to wait for the shard. Okay, so yeah, I'm super excited to try out Chen. Chen is gonna be amazing. He's now universal. He's actually got increased damage level 1. Doesn't lose any stats. Just gets a bunch of free right click damage. And he gets a buff to Holy Persuasion. And he gets a buff to Aghanim Shard. And he gets a buff to Talents. And all sorts of creeps get buffs too. Like, what? How is this real? Like, who approved this? Chen is obviously gonna be way too strong. Way too strong. Like, what? How is this okay? Yeah, like Chen is just gonna be completely broken. And I'm here for it, so we're gonna do that tomorrow. We'll try out the new Chen. And yes, we will stream at the regular time at 8 p.m. German time. Which is in like 13 hours from now, roughly speaking. So thanks for watching. I am excited to try out the new patch tomorrow-ish, I guess today. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I'm going to go to sleep now. Good night.